How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you here?
That's difficult to answer.
Some idea.
I am not completely like other people.
What do you mean by that?
People dislike me because I am not completely like them. I am trying to do with my life something which few people try to do, and this influences my thinking and consequently my action.
What is it you're trying to do with your life?
Play the piano for the people.
I'm not clear. How is it that playing the piano for people has eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.
this the end? There's a noise inside my head of crying people facing death. Is this the end? Is this the end? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. What have we done to the world? What have we done to the world? I'm burning in the stone. There's no place to hide. I'm burning in the stone. This is the final
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum braucht er was zum Essen, bitte sehr. Es macht ihn ein Geschwätz nicht satt, das schafft kein Essen her.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein in die Arbeit einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Mensch ein Mensch ist, drum hat der Stiefel im Gesicht nicht gern. Er will unter sich keinen Sklaven sehen und über sich keinen Herrn.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, wo dein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein in die Arbeiter einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Und weil der Prolet ein Prolet ist, drum wird ihn kein anderer befreien. Es kann die Befreiung der Arbeiter nur das Werk der Arbeiter sein.
Drum links, zwei, drei, drum links, zwei, drei, und ein Platz genossen ist. Weil ich ein in die Arbeiter einheimst und weil du auch ein Arbeiter bist.
Truth Lover 69 sent $10. I had a scary dream last night that Karlin Borisenko kept screaming at me that I did not understand the left and I was crying and kept saying like this. But she just kept screaming that I did not understand and she would teach me.
Oh, that's pretty funny. What up, guys? Welcome to Socialism Saturday. I missed you guys. Did you miss me the last 2 Saturdays when I was away on vacation? And we did kind of have a Socialism Saturday when I was on vacation. We were technically doing the How to Speak Socialist level 1 and 2, and I do want to do a great big shout out and thank you to the mods in my chat that were apparently answering questions and keeping people in line because I was driving across the country with someone that I had just met, and it was a grand adventure. And yes, I am wearing the collectivism shirt. You know what's funny is I also bought myself the Marxist Utopia of the Dead sweater. I wore it one time in California. I lost it. It has never been seen from again. So some lucky person in California has a Marxist Utopia of the Dead sweater with the neck ripped out of it so that it went over my shoulder. So I have to get another one of those. But you know what? Hey, I guess I could have lost other things. But guys, welcome to Socialism Saturday. Socialism Saturday is where we watch the real far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian. I'm working on a special new Socialism Saturday design. I'm working on upping my game. Just a little bit. Eventually, we are going to redo the whole background of the stream as well. And that's something I've actually wanted to do for like 3 effing years, and I just haven't done it. I actually have all this stuff for it. I have all this communist propaganda I want to hang up. I want to paint the wall red. I want to get rid of the shawls. Not that you guys don't love the shawls, but we're slowly but surely upgrading our game. Just a touch. But for right now, we're going to go with the new upgraded game for the cult, and that's cool too. But Socialism Saturday is where we watch the real far left, the most dystopian of the dystopian, the farthest of the far left. We're not watching Democrats, guys. Democrats are not real socialists. We are not watching liberals or progressives. Liberals and progressives are not real socialists. We are not even watching the Democratic Socialists of America. We do every once in a while, but really not that often, because the real radical revolutionary far left does not even consider the Democratic Socialists of America to be part of the far left. Bob, we're going to have a conversation, Bob. I can tell you're new here already. No shit posting in my chat, bro. No shit posting. We can have fun. We can make jokes. But when you're posting about nonsense in my chat starts to become distracting to me, that's when it's going to stop. So settle down. We'll go over some rules. I understand. I don't recognize you, so I think you're new. But we're going to go over some rules for Bob and anyone else who might be new to Socialism Saturday. But guys, let me tell you what we're going to be watching tonight. Now, I actually had a different original plan for today. We were originally... But that's better. Hang on. Let me get my new fancy background. That's better. We were originally going to be watching something very different today. We were originally going to be watching this video from something called Critical Theory Workshop, called Are Fascism and Liberalism Partners in Capitalist Crime? And we are still going to watch this. This is still on the docket to be watched at some point. But my good friend, Stony Baloney, who you guys might know as Human Centipede, or I don't know, I think he has a new name now on the channel. And I don't really know exactly what name he's going by now, but everyone knows Stony Baloney. And Stony Baloney sent me a video that he found because he is obsessed with this stuff as I am. And it's called The Captive, Maternal, and Family Abolition, Envisioning Revolutionary Care. And you guys know that I love nothing more than a good family abolition socialism Saturday. Family abolition is the most dystopian topic that we cover. Family abolition, you will hear some of the craziest stuff you've ever heard in your life. You will understand why I have been so freaked out about parental rights in the far left for like years now. Although some people on the internet seem to think that I've just started talking about parental rights, and we'll talk about that in a second. No. I've been screaming about parental rights for years now, and it is because I have covered more abolish the family activist content than anyone on the internet, and it's not even close. If you want to see some of the craziest stuff you've ever seen in your life, just look up Abolish the Family on my YouTube channel, because I have probably hundreds and hundreds and hundreds of hours of Abolish the Family content. I show you a real Abolish the Family activist. I break down why the far left wants to abolish the nuclear family, how they're doing it, the logic behind it, the strategies that they're taking, all that. It is one of our favorite topics to cover because it's so effing crazy. And it is at the heart of everything the far left is trying to do. If you do not understand abolish the nuclear family and why the left wants to do that and what they're doing to do that, then you don't understand the real far left yet. But that's okay, because we are going to, like, if you've never been exposed to this content, that's the first time for everything. Bob says, I only just commented because I really like your content. Hey, Bob, it's no harm, no foul, bro. No harm, no foul. It's just like, I have a lot of people. Listen, if I get a little persnickety with people in my chat, it's because, and you might understand this, I have a lot of people who come to make trouble in my chat just to make trouble. For instance, right now, we have this guy. This guy is obviously just here to cause trouble. This guy is not a serious person. If you think that James Lindsay is a genius, you're either not smart enough to be here, or you're not serious about this content, or you're just here to cause trouble. I don't know. Which is it, Marcus? Which is it? Would you consider doing another channel? No, I would not consider doing another channel focused just on Nick Fuentes. No. And see, so this is the problem, Bob, is I have a lot of people who come and cause trouble on my channel. When people come right in and they start kind of like with the typical shit posting, I just don't know. But you seem cool, Bob, so we're going to be friends, okay? Anyway, another reason I wanted to cover this this presentation today is because it has one of our favorite Abolish the Family activists, Emmy O'Brien. Emmy O'Brien is here. I'll just fast forward. This is Emmy O'Brien right here. Emmy O'Brien has literally written a book about abolishing the family. Emmy O'Brien has gone on a book tour all over the country talking about abolish the family. Emmy O'Brien lectures on college campuses about abolish the family. Oh, that's a cope. Oh, guess what, Marcus? You just got banned. Goodbye. That's how we do things on my channel, guys. You come here to cause problems. You come here to be a little shit poster in my chat. We just kick your ass out. And I'll talk more about the rules in a second, but we'll just shoo you away. We're not doing that. We're not doing typical internet bullshit here. We're talking about topics on the internet that very few people talk about. And so we need to be able to focus. And when we have unruly retards like Marcus Aurelius, who I just banned in my chat, they just distract us from the things that we actually need to be doing. So this is going to be a great presentation, guys. And I think it's really, I think you're going to like it, especially if you're new to Abolish the Family content. And another reason I wanted to do this is this presentation got recorded 4 days ago. That means this is not old content. This presentation was given after Donald Trump got reelected. So I'm sure they're going to be inserting some of their opinions about how they feel about Donald Trump getting reelected, which I think is going to be a good thing for us to hear, because it's going to be good for Republicans especially, who really think that the far left is somehow trying to overthrow Donald Trump's presidency. No. The far left loves that Donald Trump got reelected, because the far left is going to use that to recruit more people than they ever have before. And I promise you, if they start talking about this, I bet that's the road they're going to go down. I could be wrong. Sometimes I am wrong, just not wrong that often. So that's what we're going to be watching today, guys. I'm really looking forward to it. Now, a couple quick orders of business. Hey, we already got a super chat. I'm still pissed how the conservative right misled me. You've opened my eyes to what's really going on behind the scenes and exposed the ideology, pulling the strings and infiltrating our society. Thank you, Tolkien fan. I really do appreciate that. Listen, guys, listen. And the fact is that a lot of people end up on my channel that, listen, you can be of any political persuasion to be on my channel. I don't really care who you voted for. I don't care if you're a lefty or a righty or an independent or a libertarian or a fascist or a communist, or I don't care. I don't care. If you want to learn about the radical revolutionary far left, you are welcome here. But what I do find is a lot of people who listen to people like James Lindsay, who listen to conservative pundits like Mark Levin or Glenn Beck, or any of these people who claim to be experts in the far left, claim to be informing you about what the far left is doing. Once they start watching my content, because all I do is show real leftist activist training, that's it. You don't have to take my word for it. You don't have to trust me. You don't have to like me. You don't have to like my tone. You don't have to like how I look. You don't have to like anything. But I'm going to show you what they're saying. And we're going to break down the language and we're going to talk about it. And you can hear for yourself exactly what's going on. And once people start doing that and they start listening to the far left for themselves, all of a sudden it becomes clear how much these big conservative organizations have lied to you, how much James Lindsay has lied to you, how much Turning Point USA has lied to you, how much The Blaze has lied to you, how much Glenn Beck has lied to you, how much Fox News has lied to you, how much Mark Levin has lied to you, etc., 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 how much Moms for Liberty has lied to you and taken advantage of you, how much Donald Trump has lied to you. We're going to watch a presentation this week. Someone sent me a presentation this week, basically from a communist whose name I recognize, talking about how Kamala Harris was never a communist. And I've been saying that for months and months and months, and now we've got real communists that said it before the election. I just didn't know about the presentation, but like that was the line. Kamala Harris is a communist. Donald Trump is going to save us from communism. No, she wasn't. And no, he isn't. And now we have Donald Trump's full cabinet, and we know Donald Trump's full cabinet ain't going to do nothing. I'm sorry. It's a disgrace what's happened. It really is. And it's all because conservative influencers and conservative pundits consistently and perpetually lie to their audiences. And I don't know why people are more upset about this. I don't know. I don't get it. But you know what? We've got our small band of people and we are upset about it and we want to know what's going on. And so we follow primary source content for ourselves. A couple other orders of business before we get started. If you are not yet subscribed to my Substack, that is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Bing. Make sure you head over and subscribe to my Substack. This is where you're going to get all my best content on the internet. It's where you're going to get my best clips. It's where you can access my podcast. The Actively Unwoke podcast is also available on Apple Podcasts, Spotify, wherever you do podcasts. You can find links over in the podcast section of the Substack right up there. This is where, if you missed the How to Speak Socialist presentation and you don't feel like finding it on my YouTube channel, you can find it at the top of the How to Speak Socialist section. This is my 4-hour on-demand crash course that people have been watching for Socialism Saturday over the last 2 weeks when I was away on vacation. If you had not yet gotten a chance to watch it, I highly recommend it. It's free. It's publicly available. And what this is basically me putting together 4 hours worth of clips from far left trainings, organizing them into different sections, walking you through them so you can get a full crash course in what the far left is really saying with their language. We're helping you to decode the language so that you can understand it. They do speak another language, guys. It might sound like English, but it's not. It's a language called socialist. And if you watch this presentation, you will gain so much momentum in understanding the far left. You will understand the far left better after 4 hours of watching this presentation than you will in 4 years of listening to conservative punditry and commentary. I promise you that. And it's free and it's publicly available on the internet. You can find that on my Substack. Another thing you can find on my Substack is this article right here, How to Support Journalism and Education, Exposing the Far Left. This article goes through all the different ways you can support my work. I am, of course, completely 100% funded by you. I'm funded by Substack subscriptions for $8 a month, $80 a year. I'm funded by super chats that you guys send in. I'm funded by merchandise sales. We'll talk about that in a second. This gives you a way of a bunch of ways that you can help support the work I'm doing. Does anyone else have this problem that the volume is too low? Because it sounds really loud to me. So maybe, Edwin, you need to turn it up on your computer. Because it's really loud over on mine, bro. Really loud over on mine. So anyone else can let me know if they have an issue with the volume in the chat. Everyone's saying volume is fine, so Edwin, you got to turn up the volume on your computer, bro. Sorry, I can't help you out with that. Anyway, if you go to this article, and I did pin it to the top of the chat on YouTube and Rumble, it does walk you through the list of ways you can support the work I'm doing, including coming to, well, Sandy, you can turn up the volume. Okay, guys. You all have personal volumes on your own computer, guys. I can't control the personal volume on your own computer. You have to turn up the dial. This is like, I can't stand this shit in ways that you know what? Who cares about supporting the work I'm doing? Who cares about spreading the word about communism? Does anyone else want me to troubleshoot their computer for them? Should we just sit here for a second? Would anyone else like to stop the entire stream? And let's do a little internet struggle sesh about the technology that you're using on your computer. Would you guys like me to come over to your houses and help you fix the volume on your computer? Would you guys like me to make a recommendation of a pair of headphones that you can buy? Would you guys like, I mean, seriously though, guys. Seriously. Is everyone good? Has everyone found the volume button on their computer? Because I can't control that. Is everyone ready to be serious about this? All right, seems like we're back. Seems like we're back. Now, if you are more interested in helping to create a grassroots movement of people who understand the far left so that we can effectively fight back against them, if you're more interested in doing that than you are in having me troubleshoot your computer, you can head over to this article on my Substack. It gives you a number of ways that you can help out, including becoming a member of my Substack for $8 a month, $80 a year, including making a one-time gift if you like to do that. Of course, I do appreciate it. Including shopping via my merchandise store. We'll talk about that in a second. Including funding the next book I'm writing, which isn't coming along as quickly as I'd like it to be, but it is coming along. There's going to be an update about that this week. I know I keep saying that, but I promise there's going to be an update about that this week. You can also join me for daily live streams. I am live streaming Monday through Friday at 5 p.m. Eastern Time. On Saturdays, we go live at 6 p.m. because my weekend too, and I have other stuff I need to do. But we do Socialism Saturday on Saturdays at 6 p.m. On Sundays, I rest, but we do movie night in the supporter Discord, which you do get access to when you become a supporter on my Substack. You also get access to Zoom calls with me, stuff like that. You can also follow me on X, Twitter, whatever you want to call it. I'm Dr. Carlin B on there. If you are interested in helping to amplify my content on Twitter, send me a DM, ask to be added to my private group chat where we're talking about amplifying my content, reply guiding stuff, all that good stuff. I will add you to the group chat. Just let me know how you're familiar with my work, and I want to make sure I recognize you and stuff like that before I add you, but just send me a DM on Twitter, then we can hook that up. It also has a link to my Telegram channel where you guys can get updates when I go live and that sort of stuff to try to get around the YouTube lack of notifications. And of course, the number one thing that you can always do is share my work, share my stream, share my clips, share my articles on my Substack, share them out to your friends and family. Guys, the only way that we can effectively fight back against the left is if we work together as a community to teach as many people as possible what is going on, because we cannot rely on the conservative influencers and pundits. They have failed us for years. They will continue to fail us. They will continue to not cover content that matters. They will continue to lie to their audiences, so we cannot rely on them to save us. Donald Trump doesn't even know what's going on. He has no idea who the real far left is. He has no ideas what the problems are, so he is not going to be able to fix the problem either. Stop waiting for someone else to save you. If we want to help people and fight back against the far left effectively, we need to learn as much as we can about the far left. We need to learn how to explain what they're doing clearly and concisely and in plain English, and then we all of us need to go out and teach as many people as possible. That is how we create a grassroots movement, and that is how we get around the entire conservative bullshit content sphere, and we can only do that ourselves. No one else can do it for you. So you can refer to that article for more ways you can help out, and I really do appreciate it. I also want to let people know I am working on updating my Unwoke Art store. I'm making it a little bit different now. I have launched a couple new designs. Check these designs out. So there's this guy I know on Twitter. He goes by, what is it, the official 1984. And he's been getting a lot of grief lately for, well, being kind of anti-Semitic. And he is. and you know what? The reason I love him is I don't consider myself to be anti-Semitic. I don't actually care if people are Jewish, although I definitely do notice a thing or two here or there. But what I will say is the reason I like him is he really pushes the bounds of free speech, and he doesn't back down for anything. And he has a great merch store. And the reason I bring up his merch store is he hosts it on the same platform that I host my merch store. And so I was looking at his merch store, and I confirmed with him, I'm like, you're hosting this on Shopify, right? And this is public knowledge. I'm not telling tales out of school. And he's like, yeah, I am, and I've never had a problem with them. And so I was like, holy shit, if this guy is hosting his merch store on Shopify, I can really start pushing the bounds of the designs that I'm doing, because there have definitely been some designs that I've held back from putting in my merch store, mostly because I was like, I could get my merch store banned if I put this design in my merch store, but now I know that that's probably not going to happen. So we're going to be upping the spice level on our designs in the merch store, I think. But for right now, I've got a couple new designs. I wouldn't say these are exceptionally spicy. Well, maybe the first one is. The first new design is this oppress communist design, because I think we should be oppressing communists. I have no problem oppressing communists at all. And I've just launched this new Communism Kills Creativity design as well. Now, I'm updating the merch store, so how it's going to work is you click on the design and you go in and you see all the products with that design, okay? So got a couple new things. You can go in, you can see t-shirts, tank tops, sweatshirts, hoodies, anything that I've made so far with the designs. If you go into the t-shirts, you're gonna find like different color t-shirts and things like that, because all the clothing has different color options. You can go and explore that. So lots of new stuff getting added to the store. You can see I'm also just slowly making my way through adding all of these designs so that it works in the same way. Typically what I did was I displayed things just like on the homepage like that. So I'm just trying to clean up the merch store a little bit. I will be doing some sales coming up starting this week for Black Friday. So if you're waiting for those Black Friday sales, the Black Friday sales are coming. And well, maybe I'll bring it back. I'm bringing back a few old favorites, a few limited edition shirts for the holidays. Going to be lots of sales going on for the holidays. That's all going to be in the Unwoke Art Store. So keep an eye on my Twitter, keep an eye on my mailing list, and I will let you guys know when the sales are happening. And that way you can get some sweet, sweet holiday swag. And if you want to start perusing the merch store already, go ahead, pick out some items. There's going to be lots of different opportunities for sales and things over the next couple weeks. We're going to have a lot of fun leading up to the holidays. And hopefully we're going to have wrapping paper again, because, listen, so my supplier is actually out of wrapping paper, like entirely. So I got to figure out another plan to get wrapping paper back in the store. But for everyone that got their wrapping paper orders in before they literally ran out of wrapping paper, congratulations to you guys. But I did have to pull wrapping paper out of the store, but I'm looking for a way to get it back. I just don't have it yet, so we're working on that. Did I get a... Yes, I did. The skull looks great. I got a whole bunch of these designs. The skull looks great. The Men Not Women one looks great. I got this 4 Goals of the Woke Left one. All of these designs just like printed up so well. I'm so happy with the quality of my merch. I just think it looks sick. I think it looks so cool. I think I have the best anti-communist merch on the internet, and I don't feel sorry about that. All right, guys, one last thing before we get started. I just want to point something out. Yes, you know, I don't know why, Mabel, because it's my channel. Who the fuck are you? Does she always spend the first hour doing advertising? Who the fuck are you? Mabel, this is the Socratic method. Who the fuck are you? We're waiting for you. We're stopping the entire show just to talk to you, Mabel. Who the fuck are you? Why do you think you get to dictate my stream? Why are you even here? Are you not capable of behaving like an adult and maybe going and getting a snack or going and getting a drink and coming back? Who the fuck are you? We're waiting. Yes, guys, this is what I do on my streams for people who come and bring attitude on my stream. Yeah, we're going to explain that in a second. Mabel, we're waiting. We're waiting for your answer, girl. You're still here. Why aren't you answering? Why do you feel that you get the right to dictate my stream? Okay, Mabel, I'm going to make it real simple. Either you answer me or I'm going to permanently ban you from my chat and you will never have the chance to chat in again. Ten, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3. Oh! So then perhaps don't question me in my chat. Do we understand each other? Do we understand each other? You know, guys, Mabel has given us a nice time to go over the rules of my chat. Mabel has given us a nice chance to go over the rules of my chat. Now, if you are new here, and we're going to talk about the other thing I wanted to talk about in a second. If you are new here, actually, you know what? No, let's talk about the other thing first. Let's talk about the other thing first. We'll come back to the rules. We'll come back to the rules because there are rules, because this is my house. But I want to do a quick James Lindsay update first. I want to do a quick James Lindsay update. And I just want to point this out. This will be real quick. So James Lindsay is the go-to person for Turning Point USA and Moms for Liberty to teach people about the left. Yeah? James Lindsay has 500,000 followers on Twitter. James Lindsay has amassed this audience by pretending to be an expert in the far left. I spend 6 days a week streaming about the far left. I spend 6 days a week streaming their content. I make clips about their content. We do whole educational things on Twitter about it. We do a lot of stuff that James Lindsay has no fucking idea about. Let me show you how James Lindsay and his audience respond to me on James's own timeline. Let me show you how James Lindsay and his audience respond to intellectual criticisms of my work. I'm just scrolling down his timeline. You guys can see right on the screen here. Let me show you. Oh, here it is. You can see retweeted by James Lindsay. This is Frank McCormick. Frank is a retard. He is one of James Lindsay's attack dogs against me. And this is the argument that they're making against me right now. Carlin stated Christians deserve to have their kids transitioned. No, I didn't. I stated one particular Christian who pretends to care about transing kids in school but doesn't actually care about transing kids in school deserves to have his specific kids transitioned. And that person is Arun McIntyre because I don't like him at all. And I do think he deserves to have his kids transitioned because he does not actually care about this topic. He grifts on this topic. He pretends to care about this topic for an audience to get clicks and likes on the internet. And my position is simple, guys. If you are making money screaming about transing kids in school, but you don't actually know what you're talking about and you're misinforming your audience, and when you're corrected via primary source evidence and you don't take that correction seriously and you don't even look at it and you whine and complain and throw a massive fucking hissy fit like a loser child, then I'm not going to take you seriously. And if you don't take this issue seriously and you are profiting off of other people having their kids harmed and misinforming them, which is going to make it more likely that their kids are going to be harmed, then you deserve to experience what other parents are experiencing. So I didn't say Christians deserve to have their kids transed. I said this one specific commentator who happens to be Christian deserves to have his kids trans. That's nothing to do with him to be a Christian, though. Has to do with him being a grifter. James Lindsay's attack dog continues. Don't fall for her recent grift. She is a childless, anti-Christian bigot that doesn't believe in parental rights nor care about kids. Expose this fraud and do not give her any money. Now again, this is for James Lindsay and Frank McCormick and Carrie Smith and all the other losers on Twitter who pretend to be anti-woke. I have covered more Abolish the Family content over the last 3 years than anyone else on the internet, and it's not even close. Any person can go to my YouTube channel and search for Abolish the Family, and they will see a massive amount of videos come up. Any person can go to my Twitter feed and search parental rights, and they will see a massive amount of tweets. This has been an issue that I've been screaming about for years. I have done more education on this issue than any other independent journalist in the country, and I will put my work up against anyone. And this shows you exactly how intellectually dishonest people like James Lindsay and his attack dogs, Frank McCormick, who pretends to be a teacher, by the way. Frank actually pretends to be a teacher, and this is the way he behaves on the internet. This shows you how little they actually care about this problem. And Frank didn't just stop there, because after James Lindsay retweeted this out to his 500,000 followers, JB just got banned in the chat. Goodbye, JB. Frank then retweets a post I sent of him in 2021, before Frank had become a psycho, saying he was a hero, because there was a time when Frank actually did do good things, and then Frank became a psycho 3 years later. he posted this of me saying, she jumps from movement to make money. Yeah, okay. Democrat to conservative to libertarian to Groyper fascist to parental rights advocate. And then Frank posts a picture of me with Pete Buttigieg that was taken in 2019 in New Hampshire when I was still a Democrat, to say she's not a real pundit, guys. She's not really an anti-communist. She took a picture with Pete Buttigieg once. I was never a conservative. You don't make any money being a libertarian. I'm still actually technically a libertarian to this day. I'm friends with the Groypers, and I've been advocating about parental rights for 3 years. Over 3 years, probably. I don't even know anymore. So again, this shows you about the intellectual honesty of James Lindsay and his audience. Frank continues to spread a smear campaign about me that's been widely debunked. And then Frank complains that I blocked him on Twitter. I'm one of the only influencers she has blocked. No, he's not. No, he's not. No, he's not at all. Also, Frank is not actually an influencer. She normally does not block people. I block people all the fucking time. I brag about how many people I block. In fact, I really should be blocking more people. I think I should block every single conservative influencer. If I haven't blocked them yet, I'm just not doing my job. But the fact is, Frank is lying because he doesn't know what the fuck he's talking about. And then they have all these people writing articles about me and doing all this stuff about me. And they're saying, keep the pressure on. Well, bad news, guys. Bad news. Because while you morons are doing this on the internet and you're making baseless character attacks, I'm going to spend probably the next 3 hours teaching people about abolish the family. When you morons are telling people not to give me money, I'm updating my merch store with lots of cool shit and selling the best anti-communist merchandise on the internet. And we're about to have a whole Christmas sale. We're about to have a whole holiday sale where I'm going to make a boat ton of money because people love my merch. Look at this merch. Look at this shit. Come on. Is anyone else selling you a golden Trump mug like that? Is anyone else doing that? No. My merch is the best merch on the internet, and that's why people buy it. And I will get more members to my Substack this month that are supporting the work I'm doing than Frank will get for his work all year long because Frank doesn't do anything. And that's reality. And this is why they cry and cry and cry. And this is the type of stuff that James Lindsay elevates because James Lindsay cannot intellectually debate me, and he knows it because I would kick his ass up and down the playing field because I'm much better at this than him. And that's why people come to me to learn about communism, guys, because I will show you things on the internet that no one else will show you. Now to the rules of our stream, because we do have rules for all new people. If you are new, let us know that you are new in the chat. We don't say that to be mean. We say that because we want to be able to help you, okay? Number 1, we take this seriously, guys. Even though we do have fun, I will be drinking a glass of beer or 2 on today's stream. You are welcome to drink as well. We do actually take this seriously. So this is a class and a group. This is a research group. We are doing research live on the internet. Now, you're welcome to have fun. You're welcome to make jokes, but I do respectfully request that we refrain from all shitposting in the chat. That's just because it is distracting, and we are trying to engage in really complex content here, and so the distractions don't actually help for us to be able to engage in the content. So if it's okay to have fun, but if I ask you to stop doing something, please just stop doing it. It's not a personal attack. I'm not trying to be mean. I'm trying to do what's best for the entire group so that we can all focus in on the research that we're doing. Also, remember, you are in a classroom right now. I am the teacher of the class. You are the student in the class. This is not something where you would go into a real life classroom and start throwing shit at the wall or screaming every time you hear something you don't like. If you wouldn't do that in the real world, you wouldn't do it online either. So I am the fascist dictator of my own channel. What I say goes. I create the rules here, and if you don't want to follow my rules, you can go somewhere else on the internet. It's okay. Please don't be a dick. What do I mean by that? Do not insult me. Do not insult other people in the chat. We are trying to create a nice environment for everyone. If you can't handle your feelings, you are not going to be able to handle the left. No whining either. I do not have kids for a reason. I don't want to hear your whining. I'm not going to coddle your feelings. And I promise you, I care about your feelings a whole lot more than the left does. So if you can't handle not being coddled by me, you are not going to be useful in the fight against the left. Number 4, and this is the most important rule of all, guys. Our goal is to listen to what the left is saying. Actively listen. In order to do that, I respectfully request that everyone refrain from debunking them. We have heard every argument about why socialism doesn't work. We know we are not pro-socialism. We are anti-communists on this channel. We know that it doesn't work. We know that it's bullshit. We know that they're lying. We know that their ideas don't pan out. We know. But every time you guys put energy into debunking them, you are not putting energy into listening to them. And the goal of this is to listen to them, to understand the world from their perspective, to really get inside the head of your enemy, because if you do not understand your enemy, you cannot defeat them. So it's okay to make a mistake here and there. I understand sometimes the urge to debunk them can be very, very, very strong, but we ask you not to do it for a reason. If I see you debunking them in my chat, I'm going to gently tell you to cut that shit out. If you keep doing it, we're going to have words, and I'm going to try to be nice, but the fact of the matter is that if I need to get in your face and yell at you, I will yell at you, because sometimes people need to be yelled at in order to actually listen to what is being said. So I'm not trying to be mean. I'm not trying to make you feel bad. The channel is run the way it is run for a reason. We are doing really complex analysis, and we need everyone to be on board. Number 5, if you blatantly ignore my rules and you blatantly ignore me telling you to stop doing stuff, you will be permanently banned from my channel, and we will not cry about it, and we will not miss you, and you can go and whine about it all you want, and I don't really care. All right? Those are the rules. That's it. Now we can get started. All right? I need everyone to mount the like button for me. I need everyone to make sure they are subscribed to the channel if they are not already. We are watching The Captive Maternal and Family Abolition, Envisioning Revolutionary Care. If you are new to watching socialism with me, or if you're old, if you're a veteran, I want to encourage everyone to ask questions if you have them. If you don't understand what they're saying, if you don't understand the language, if you don't understand the concepts, ask questions, guys. That is the whole point of this. You're allowed to ask as many questions as you want, and we will answer you. I will answer you. My mods will answer you. I monitor the chat as we make our way through the presentation. You are going to learn more if you ask questions. I will be doing pop quizzes throughout the presentation. I want to encourage everyone, even if you think your answer is wrong, participate in the pop quizzes. Because it's okay to be wrong. It's okay to have a wrong answer. Now, if you answer incorrectly, I'm going to correct you, because precision is important and definitions matter, all right? And so it's okay to be wrong. There's no harm, no foul with that, but just participate in the chat. You're going to learn a whole lot more. All right, let's get this party started.
Hello and welcome everybody for Common Notions Live. We do appreciate you joining us here on our YouTube. I'm just going to pause here for a second.
Not cool, Marvin. Don't do that.
We got things started off with an echo, which is always something that we want to avoid. So bear with us.
Cheers, guys. I got a stout today.
Okay, so
Emmy O'Brien does look nice today. Emmy O'Brien does look nice. Why the fuck are you worried about my age? Why are you worried about my age? Are you here to learn about communism, or are you here to talk about my age? Well, you seem to be talking about it. So can we move on now? Can we move on to something that matters? Please.
Thank you all for joining us live. We are deeply honored to be hosting Joy James and Emmy O'Brien alongside Lara Shihai today. Comrades, all three whose work we've learned enormously from, and whose work we have the honor of lifting up and supporting with our own publishing program. Tonight we are presenting a conversation around two core themes that Joy James and Michelle O'Brien have been working on for a number of years.
Emmy O'Brien is Michelle O'Brien.
That cohere around the concepts of the captive, maternal, and family abolition. This specific conversation that we're having that Lara Shihai is going to guide us through brings into relation a number of different important themes and issues that, in fact, all three of our speakers tonight have been working on for a number of years. And the conditions of this conversation we're having tonight have certainly an extremely durable and long standing and far-reaching stakes to them, but also an enormously urgent and immediate one as well. In the first part of the program, Lara Shihai will moderate a conversation between Joy and Michelle, and then we'll have the opportunity to pose some questions from the audience. So I do thank you for joining us in our YouTube channel, and please do post your questions and comments in the chat, and we'll have the time to address those as well. And while you're here, please do subscribe to our channel so you're notified about upcoming events we plan to stream as well. So I'll offer bios from our three speakers before handing it over to Lara to get us started. So we have Joy James here with us tonight, Ebenezer Fitch Professor of the Humanities at Williams College, who's a political philosopher who works deeply and carefully with organizers. She is editor of the Angela Y. Davis Reader, Imprisoned Intellectuals, and co-editor of the Black Feminist Reader. Joy's recent books include In Pursuit of Revolutionary Love, New Bones Abolition, Captive Maternal Agency, and the Afterlife of Erica Garner, and Contextualizing Angela Davis, The Agency and Identity of an Icon. Her edited volumes also include Beyond Cop Cities, Dismantling State and Corporate Funded Armies and Prisons, and the soon-to-be-released Engage, Indigenous, Black, and Afro-Indigenous Futures. Emmy O'Brien writes on gender, freedom, and communist theory. She is author of Family Abolition, Capitalism and the Communization of Care, and co-author of Everything for Everyone, An Oral History of the New York Commune, 2052 to 2072. She co-edits two magazines, Pinko on gay communism and Parapraxis on psychoanalytic theory and politics. Her work on family abolition has been translated into several languages, including Chinese, German, Greek, French, Spanish, and Turkish. Previously, she coordinated the New York City Trans Oral History Project and worked in HIV and AIDS activism and services. Michelle completed...
Guys, what does the communization of care mean? Pop quiz. What is the communization of care, and how does that relate to the socialist desire to abolish the nuclear family? Does anyone know? It's okay to guess. What does communization of care mean, and how does that relate to the socialist goal of abolishing the family? Yup, communization of care means free healthcare. That's true. It does not mean taking kids away from their parents. That is a conservative bullshit talking point. Communization of care means that everyone has access to all healthcare. Basically means universal healthcare. That includes trans surgery. That includes abortion. That includes, psychiatric care, psychological counseling, stuff like that, mental health care. That includes everything. Collectivizing care. Everyone gets healthcare. The nuclear family expects people to do care work for free. That's true. So the reason that they want to abolish, well, there are several reasons that the far left wants to abolish the nuclear family. Focusing in on the communization of care specifically, what the left believes is that healthcare is provided to people based on the resources of their nuclear family. So it's basically kind of like luck of the draw. Some people get born into a family that have substantial resources for healthcare. That means money, that means insurance. Some people get born into families that don't have resources for healthcare, so they don't have money, they don't have insurance, they don't have the access to care that they need. One of the reasons they want to abolish the family is because they believe that the nuclear family has the burden of providing all healthcare or all care to the people within the family, and you're kind of like stuck with whatever family you get rather than society providing healthcare for you. So if they abolish the nuclear family, then they institute universal healthcare, which is the communization of care. Everyone has access to everything they need, and therefore no one will go without. That is the logic behind that. Now, they also do want to abolish parental rights, but that's separate from the communization of care. Everyone is responsible for everyone. Well, that's part of why they want to do communization of care, because they do believe that everyone's responsible for everyone else, regardless of who you are related to by blood. That's just one of the reasons they want to abolish the nuclear family. Nope, this is not true. Nope. I see that you're new here, and I appreciate you jumping in and you know, putting some ideas out there. What I'm going to tell you is that what you're doing is you're repeating conservative talking points that are not hinged into reality with what the left actually believes. So, and this is part of the problem, right? Because there's a big difference between what conservative commentators tell their audiences and what the left actually believes. And what the left actually believes is far worse and much more dangerous than what conservative people are telling their audiences. So my piece of recommendation for you, because I do understand that you're new, is that you have to realize that you need to unlearn a lot of the things that you've learned from conservative pundits, because they just don't know what they're talking about. The left actually doesn't really care who lives and who dies. It's not something they talk about a lot. They believe that capitalism is going to kill people. They believe capitalism is a death machine. And one of the reasons they do want to abolish the nuclear family is that they believe the nuclear family reproduces and perpetuates capitalism as a form of which is defined as private property ownership. We'll probably talk more about that. I don't want to get too much into that right now. But does everyone understand that when they say communization of care, that means universal health care, and it means that people are not dependent upon their nuclear family to provide them with health care, because all health care is available to everyone. That's what they're talking about. State funded, of course. And that might sound nice. That's part of how they get people. That might sound nice, but there are a lot of consequences to that. Please let me know if you have questions in the chat.
A PhD at NYU, where she wrote on how capitalism shaped New York City's LGBTQ social movements, and is currently working in private practice psychotherapy as a clinical social worker and in formation as a psychoanalyst. And we have Laura Shihai here today as well, who's assistant professor of clinical psychology at the Doha Institute for Graduate Studies, Qatar, and a research fellow at the University of South Africa's Institute for Social and Health Sciences. Laura's work takes up decolonial and anti-oppressive approaches to psychoanalysis, with a focus on liberation struggles in the global South. She is co-author with Stephen Shihai of Psychoanalysis Under Occupation, Practicing Resistance in Palestine, which won the Middle East Monitor's 2022 Palestine Book Award for Best Academic Book. Laura is president of the Society for Psychoanalysis and Psychoanalytic Psychology, co-editor of Studies in Gender and Sexuality, and co-editor of Counterspace and Psychoanalysis, Culture and Society. Laura is on the advisory board of the USA Palestine Mental Health Network and Institute for the Critical Study of Zionism. And she's currently working on a new book, From the Clinic to the Street, Psychoanalysis for Revolution.
The critical study of Zionism? They made Zionism a part of critical theory, so now there's critical race theory, critical gender theory, critical disability studies, critical queer theory, and critical Zionist theory?
Futures. Okay, Laura, thank you, and I hand it off to you.
Thank you so much, Malav, and الجميع وشكرا على وجودكم. Before I start off with my wonderful panelists here, I just want to give a huge shout out to Common Notions Press. Both of our authors today have books with them, and then also the bookstore that is in Philly that holds Common Notions Press is Making World's Cooperative Bookstore and Social Center. So I just want to name this and really highlight it. You know, Malav is not going to toot his own horn, and he and Jessica work really hard to make that space. And anybody who's knows what it takes to enact revolutionary worlds, right, is this bookstore, and this press is a central piece of that. So folks in Philly, go visit them, support them.
So what she's talking about is, so one of the ways that socialists communicate their message out to the world, and they recruit new people, is socialists have revolutionary bookstores in like every single city in the country. Essentially, just look up if you live in a major like an urban area, look up revolutionary bookstore in your area and just see a list of how many revolutionary bookstores there are. Anytime you see the words revolutionary or the word collective, that's probably going to be indicative of the far left. Common Notions Press, which is the organization that's doing this presentation, representation. They're not only a bookstore, but they are also a publisher. Publishing books is one of the ways that socialists not only get their message out there, not only become prolific in education, especially in higher education, but it is one of the ways in which they make money. There are a massive amounts of socialist-specific book publishers that are publishing books all the time, that are publishing New York Times bestsellers that people have absolutely no idea are socialist-specific book publishers that only publish far-left books. This is one of the ways they fund every single thing that they're doing, and the leaders on the far left tend to be book authors. They tend to be authors, activists, and academics, or all three of those things, because typically if you're an academic, you've already written a book. But these people read a lot of books, they write a lot of books, they have book clubs, they have created a completely insular education system in which education is a very big part of far left activism. It's why they're so effective. It's why the far left always seems to walk in lockstep on things, because they're all reading the same books, they're all reading the same ideas, they're talking to each other all the time. And so this is one of the ways that socialists coordinate, even though they have an entirely decentralized movement, where there are decentralized far-left groups all over the country that are operating completely independently of each other. It's because they share these common bonds around books, around education, around publishing. They're doing book tours all over the country to all the different socialist bookstores. They're doing conferences, they're doing events, they're doing trainings. They're all reading the same people. The same people are being taught in universities and all this stuff. So they all have access to the same type of messaging, even though they operate as a decentralized unit. And Seamstress is making a really good point. Socialist bookstores give them a place to hang out. It's a social community. They have coffee shops, they have book clubs, they have speeches when these guys come to town. It is a social community that they are embedded in. And that's why they're so insulated off from everyone else, because they've created their own culture. We're effectively, when we're doing Socialism Saturday, looking in on their culture, because this is their own little world. Well, yeah, it's a complete echo chamber, because they only talk to other people on the far left. They only interact with other people on the far left. They do not interact with people like you and I. Emmy O'Brien has blocked me on everything. Emmy O'Brien won't even interact with me. She won't even talk to me. I've never been anything but nice to Emmy O'Brien. She might not like the commentary I do on her stuff, but I've never been anything but nice to her. But they build all this stuff up so that they don't have to go outside of their communities.
And those who are passing through Philly, perhaps you do that instead of the so-called Liberty Bell, right? You know, it's so much more to offer. So they did not tell me to say this. I'm saying this from the bottom of my heart, because it's one of the most inviting places that I have been. Thank you.
Do I have a top 5 book reading list for? No. I mean, listen, it's so complex, right? Because they're publishing books all the time. Honestly, I honestly think it's more productive to just watch their videos than it is to read their books, because they basically do talks about their books like this. Like, they're going to be talking about their books in this talk, so you get a basic mise-en scène of what the book is about. But no, that would be really hard for me to come up with, because, I mean, you can just go online to their publishers, go online to Haymarket Books, see what books they're publishing, go online to Verso Books, or to Pluto Press, or to P&M Press, or Common Notions Press, or any of the other things. Go to the revolutionary bookstores, see which books they're hyping up, see which authors are doing speaking tours. That would be my best suggestion, because it's just, it's like a waterfall of books, essentially.
Thank you all for being here and joining us today. I'm very excited to be in conversation with Emmy and with Joy James. And one of the things that feels so important to me about both your work.
So you're saying, Space Jack is saying, I'm reading Fiere's Pedagogy of the Oppressed. Well, yeah, that's actually a great book. That's actually probably a really good one to read, because Pedagogy of the Oppressed shows up in the bookstores at all their conferences. So this is something James Lindsay actually got correct. Fiere is a huge influence on them so far as education goes, because at any of their events that I've gone undercover at, they always have bookstores, and that book is always front and center in their bookstore. It's front and center in their education section. So that book in particular is a big influence on them, specifically for education. Good luck reading it.
Work is how you offer with such clarity. You almost make it feel really simple, like a matter of fact. When I read your work or when I hear you speak, there's a way in which you speak right to the heart of it, and there's no mincing words, but there's something about that that's so refreshing because it's clear. And I've been really sort of taking up this idea of militant clarity, and I think your work does that, both of you.
Militant clarity. We should embrace that, I think.
Part of it for me is the ways in which you invert the entire framework of how we take up the question of the family, of care, of kinship, and insist that these are central questions and contested space that are central to revolutionary struggle. So for those who are tuning in today, this is the entry point I'm coming into the conversation today, and frames also some of the questions that I had in mind. And we have decided to go with the flow today. I have some questions in mind, but both these speakers have such a depth and breadth, and I'm sure many of you have heard them speak. And so if we go in different directions is because their brilliance is coming through, and I'm gonna go with that. So, but to start us off, this event feels urgent to me, but I'm wanting to know from both of you about the impetus about this. Like, how do you come together in conversation? Where does this impulse come from, and how are we finding ourselves here on screen together today?
Thank you so much, Lara, for that great introduction. And I'm quite honored to be here and appreciative to Common Notions for making it possible, from Olive and others. I'm quite excited about this. I've been wanting to be in a sort of formal event with Dr. James online for some time now. Our work appeared together in the first issue of Fair Praxis magazine on the family problem. And the resonances were quite clear at that time and well before then. And then we were last on a panel together in February with Cecilia Gentili a few days before her death, and spoke again at that point about trying to do an event together when we were able to. So it's been a long time coming, and Dr. James has played a big role in instigating it and proposing it. I'll say a few words about my own enthusiasm for it, or what I imagined, which might or might not unfold. So, there are a lot of different ways of approaching family abolition, and I approach it in many different ways in my book. But one of the core concepts that I both open with, close with, and return to at different iterations is less around family policy, but more around thinking about how care works in revolutionary movements. So if the family is a white supremacist capitalist institution privatizing care.
Hello, Emmy O'Brien. This is why we love Emmy O'Brien. If the family is a white supremacist capitalist institution of privatizing care, what does that mean? What does that mean? The family is a white supremacist capitalist institution of privatizing care. Emmy O'Brien says the quiet part out loud all the time. It's one of the reasons we watch her so much. Oh, I'm sorry, they, them. Emmy O'Brien is a they, them. I should be respecting the pronouns. By the way, while people are answering that, just so you guys know, Emmy O'Brien has a kid. I know that. I've heard Emmy O'Brien talk about their kid in person, because I was at an event that they were at undercover. So Emmy O'Brien doesn't want to abolish the family because Emmy O'Brien hates kids. Emmy O'Brien doesn't want to murder their own kid. It's not about that. They do actually have a kid. That's not what this is about. Back to the question. A white supremacist capitalist institution of privatizing care. It means some families have more resources than others. Exactly. The nuclear family upholds capitalism. Yes, they do believe that. The nuclear family causes inequity, not inequality, inequity. It's important that we are precise about that language. The family causes inequity of healthcare. True. In their terms, isn't that just redundant to say white supremacist capitalist? Well, it's redundant in our terms, but they like to do that. And this is how we know that whiteness means capitalism, because they use those terms together all the time. They mean effectively the same thing, but that's part of their language. You know how it's like in Russian, you can speak in very broken Russian, but it's still technically proper in Russian. My husband's taught me this. He's a native Russian speaker. it's kind of the same thing with this. It's like you can say like 4 or 5 words that all mean exactly the same thing right in a row, and no one sees any problem with it because that is a norm within the language system that they're using. So you're right, it is redundant, but that's just the way their language works. It's the way their culture works. The white supremacist capitalist institution produces more workers for the bourgeoisie. Yes, it does, Ninja Artists. The family reproduces capitalism and private property. Yes, they do believe children are private property, Space Jack. Keeping care within the family. Some families have more wealth than others. Yup, that's true. That's true. So what this means is, guys, so let's go back. Capitalism is defined as private property ownership. That's what it means. Private property means your ability to own a home, your ability to own land, your ability to own an apartment rental that you rent out as a landlord, your ability to own intellectual property, your ability to own a business, whether that business be big or small. Your parental rights are considered to be a form of private property. Your individual liberties are considered to be a form of private property. One of the reasons they want to abolish the nuclear family is because they don't like the passing of generational wealth from father to son, mother to daughter, parent to child, whatever. Generational wealth is privatized wealth. Generational wealth means some people have more resources than others. The reason that the far left doesn't like capitalism is because they believe capitalism creates a hierarchy in which some people have more resources, more money, more houses, more access to whatever they want than other people do. That's the oppressor versus the oppressed. That's the bourgeois versus the proletariat. That is the capitalist versus the worker. Okay? All hierarchy, according to the far left, is bad. Equity is the goal of flattening the hierarchy. Equity means everyone has access to all resources. They believe that as long as the nuclear family exists, because it's the passing of generational wealth, because it's the privatization of care, that as long as the nuclear family exists, there will perpetually be hierarchies. That is why they're calling the nuclear family a white supremacist capitalist institution of privatizing care. The left also believes that the nuclear family reproduces capitalism. It reproduces capitalist norms in society by virtue of existing. This is something called social reproduction theory, which social reproduction theory says that social systems will reproduce themselves until they are disrupted. So what that means is parents who are raised with capitalist values raise children with capitalist values. Mothers, specifically women, are obligated to do the gendered care of raising the next generation of proletarian workers within the nuclear family, and then they send them out into the world where they're capitalist values, where they are oppressed workers under capitalism. So that is how capitalism continues to be reproduced in the nuclear family. Essentially, they believe that they cannot get their Marxist utopia until they abolish what they call the capitalist family. Sometimes they call it the Fordist family, the privatized nuclear family. That's what we're talking about. Does everyone understand this? Yeah, they also believe that capitalism created the gender binary. The gender binary put men in the workplace, women in the home. The gender binary is also referred to as the patriarchy. The gender binary is the thing that created the nuclear family in the first place. That's all very true. We're going to do a quick pause. I want to make sure. Does anyone have questions about what I just said? That's why the nuclear family, according to the Abolish the Family activists, is a white supremacist capitalist institution of privatizing care. Montag! I don't recognize you, so welcome if you're new. Don't the far left's high-level proponents and spokespeople consider the loss of their own private property and individual choice and more? No, they don't. I'll explain why. Do they not value these things for themselves? So, okay. You guys got to understand, these are true believers. These are people who live, they may live in a capitalist world and they may engage in capitalism to like sell books and stuff like that, but they're only doing so in order to overthrow the system. They truly do believe that everyone will be better off without private property because that means that everyone will have access to everything they need. And so in regards to like their own property, most of these people don't own homes. They're renters. They don't buy homes. I know you would see the BLM people buying $1 million homes, but that's an anomaly. That doesn't usually happen on the left. All of these people are renters. They don't own land. They don't own apartments. They don't believe in intellectual property, so that's not going to be a problem for them. They don't own private businesses for the most part because they don't really believe in that, or they believe that they'll be able to adapt when the communist utopia inevitably comes. They do have children, but they don't mind the idea of giving up parental rights because they really do think it's going to be what's best for children, also what's best for the elderly. And no, they don't mind subjugating themselves to the collective because this is the world that they're in. So you're looking at it as someone that's kind of looking in on this world, and you're thinking, this all sounds really crazy. And you're right, it does. But you have to understand, these people are true believers of this ideology. They really do live and breathe it. And they really do believe that everyone will be better off under their system than under the current system. Yes, they do call it sometimes the Fordist nuclear family, Ford being a reference to Henry Ford, right? Why am I forgetting his name all of a sudden? But it's a reference to industrialization, and they really don't like Henry Ford. They really do not like him. They imagine a world where it's better to share everything. Yes, it lacks insight into human nature, but you got to dream big to create a revolution. Yep. True. Let's listen again.
Around thinking about how care works in revolutionary movements. So if the family is a white supremacist capitalist institution privatizing care, it's opposite, it's counterposition then, as I position in the book, is what I call insurgent social reproduction. So the tasks of living and care and love.
Insurgent social reproduction. So I just explained to you what social reproduction theory is, okay? Social reproduction theory is the idea that social systems will reproduce themselves until they're disrupted. What Emmy O'Brien is talking about is insurgent social reproduction, which is essentially revolutionary movements that are designed to disrupt the social reproduction of the nuclear family. That's what insurgent social reproduction means. So the nuclear family is reproducing capitalism over here. Emmy O'Brien wants to go over here and create insurgent revolutionary movements that are trying to disrupt the reproduction of the nuclear family. Does that make sense to everyone?
Of as they circulate during rebellions and during means of sustaining mass protest and popular insurgencies. And that's been true for a long time, right? That anytime large numbers of proletarian people are in struggle against white supremacy and capitalism, they have to find ways of sustaining themselves and taking care of each other and reproducing the rebellion. So I opened my book with an account of the Oaxaca commune.
So she's about to talk about a commune that developed in Oaxaca, Mexico, where essentially all the women left their families to go and live in the commune where they were like rebelling against the system or something. And because the women left their families, the men were not happy about it, and they kept trying to get the women to come back. But the women all went to the commune where they all started living together, and they all started making food together at the commune, because the commune was, I forget exactly the details of it, but the commune was in rebellion against society for some reason. And that's an example of an insurgent social reproduction, because the women left their nuclear family to go participate in the commune where they were communizing the production of food, they were communizing care, and they were all living on this commune when they were rebelling against whatever they were rebelling against. That is an example of trying to disrupt the nuclear family. And eventually the husbands demanded they went back, and they did, and that killed the whole thing. But that's essentially what they're talking about.
Of 2006, and really seeing Indigenous women making food, taking care of their children, arguing politics on the barricades as a core moment of family abolition. think in all likelihood they would not call it that at that moment. At other historical moments, people engaged in very similar activities have called it family abolition, but that form of insurgent social reproduction as embodying something of a different kind of world and a different kind of society, much more so than sort of state policies or a kind of alternative plan.
And what happens when mothers take the children and they leave the private household and they go to the commune and they're all living on the commune together and they're all working together on the commune as one big family on the commune? What happens? The children become comrades because you've taken them out of the privatized nuclear family. They're not having dinner with mom and dad and, around the table anymore in the private household. Now they're starting to have dinner with everyone in the community, and they're all working together to cook food in the community, and they're all working together to live in these big communal houses in the community, because it's not just one family to a house. Like, they're having to build these big communal spaces. When you remove the children from the nuclear family and you put them in a more communal setting, that makes them into comrades. Does everyone understand that? That's what she's talking about.
Might too. And this, really clearly in my mind resonates, where I see really powerful inspiration from Dr. James's work on the captive maternal, and that both of us in different kinds of ways are grappling with these questions of thinking about revolutionary care, thinking.
Is idolizing primitivism a common theme for them? Well, I wouldn't say it's primitivism as much as it is indigenous culture. They do very much idolize indigenous culture because they believe the indigenous were the original caretakers of the land. And so I would say they definitely do idolize that. Yeah, I think that's a good point. No, they do talk about it. They do. Like, again, Codex, we're going to kill you of this bad habit. I can already see this bad habit. You are here shilling conservative bullshit narrative, bro. Keep doing it, and we'll keep calling you out on it, but, like, this is a habit that you need to break yourself of. I promise you, this is not going to serve you. So if they do that, they actually see themselves building it all up. So, yes. Oh, yeah. This is very real for them. This is not a game. They're actively trying to put the material conditions in place to make the revolution happen. This is why I scream about this stuff so much. This is not theoretical. We're watching them do it in real time. That's what this is.
About how people love each other in the course of rebellions, thinking about the long arc of racial capitalism and what would be required for its revolutionary overcoming and the place of revolutionary care in that. And I think Dr. James has developed articulated the captive maternal both as a way of understanding the long legacy of survival and rebellion in the Black revolutionary struggle and the sort of forms of love and care that would really be necessary in a successful revolutionary praxis. So I'm
Hang on. We're getting a lot of great questions tonight, guys, so I'm sorry for the pauses and the interruptions, but I love the opportunity to answer questions because this is how everyone learns. When they talk about the nuclear family, do they just mean the American ideal of husband, wife, 2 children living in a suburban home, or all family ties based on the bloodline? Well, certainly they do mean this. They do mean husband, wife, children, kind of like... So this is what you described, Reaper, is going to be the normative family. It's going to be like the typical kind of family that we think of. 2 people get married, they have kids, they settle down, they buy a home, they have a job, they have a mortgage, they have a dog, and all that stuff. That's going to be like the typical kind of like normative family. However, when they're talking about the nuclear family, they're talking about anyone that lives kind of in a single dwelling, in a single home that they own, because private property is part of this, in which there is like a blood relation. So grandma could be part of this, cousins could be part of this, aunt and uncle could be part of this. If you're related by blood, that's going to be your family. Now, typically that's going to be like the primary family, just like you just described. But if there's extended relatives, they would extend that as well, because that's part of the reason they want care collectivized, is like, what happens when grandma gets sick? Who's going to take care of her? Well, the burden comes to the nuclear family, and that sort of thing. They also do classify gay people who get married and settle down and buy a house and have kids. They also classify that as the nuclear family, regardless of whether it's man and man, woman and woman, like whatever. It doesn't matter, because what they say is the gay people who have like assimilated to like the straight lifestyle, they call that homonormative. They don't like that. They don't like when gay people assimilate to being like the straights, essentially. So that would be part of the nuclear family as well. The alternative to the nuclear family is they want to queer the nuclear family. They want to create these big kind of like multi-family dwellings in which people are not related by blood, but they all kind of live together. They want to create families of choice. These people love polyamory. They love like relationships that are like non-monogamous. Monogamy would be a key part of the nuclear family that they want to disrupt. They love like non-monogamous relationships and polyamory. By the way, that's not to say that everyone that's in a non-monogamous polyamorous relationship is a socialist, because they're not. I know polyamorous people that are conservative, believe it or not. But like, there are a lot of socialists who are polyamorous, but not all polyamorous people are socialists. But it is a key feature of the socialist left, because they're trying to get people to disrupt kind of like that blood nuclear family that is the traditional societal norms. I hope that answered your question. It's a good question. I don't have a great answer for it, but I think that's okay. Thank you, Rottweiler, for the super chat. The noble savage trope is from Jean-Jacques Rousseau that is now used by commies to say indigenous people lived free from capitalism and that colonizers brought capitalism to steal their land. Yeah, that sounds about right, Rottweiler. I do appreciate the super chat.
I'm very excited to be here and very honored and really appreciative of it. And I think you're certainly right that there are really some very timely questions for us to grapple with right now as well.
Yeah, thank you all. I mean, I'm very appreciative of all the labor and the thought that's gone into this, but also the way in which we struggle, you know, individually, collectively, we overlap, we diverge, we come back. And for everyone who is concerned about genocide and who will fight genocides in the plurality, particularly those funded by this empire where some of us live, that whether or not we call it a family or a unit, I don't know what we're calling ourselves these days, but I do believe, I've been thinking, again, sorry, I'm gonna be a ramble. I've been thinking about how I end my emails. I used to say peace, and now I say peace with power. So that whatever the family might be or might not be, whatever the units are, the Maroons, the Quilombos, however we're gonna name our formations collectively, that we will have to attain forms of power in order to deflect the predatory war. I would say just, you know, today was a long day for a lot of people for a lot of different reasons, but I also visited with Mumia Abu-Jamal earlier, and Prison Radio has been very constructive in introducing, but also building bridges. So what is the family on the inside and the outside? What is the family that is incarcerated? What is the bridge to the outside? What is the family that is caught in a war zone? And the family on the outside have just been trying to think through that in different ways. And the conversation with Mumia hours previously, he brought up this weirdness of family. He started talking about Thomas Jefferson and Sally Hemings, right? But he also reads the letters of Jefferson beyond, you know, his state, I can't remember the title of the book he did, right? He talks about, Mumia was talking about a letter that Jefferson wrote when he talked about the enslaved, the captive, right? The colonized. And Jefferson had clarity, even though I think he actually is incredibly destructive and abusive in so many different registers. But what he wrote in the letter was that the enslaved, or we could say that colonized, right? Those in war zones, that 1 hour or 1 day of their suffering overwhelms the lifetime of suffering of the colonizer and the enslaver. And so under those conditions of pain, I think that the clarity, whether or not the colonizer comes to their consciousness, whether or not they have a consciousness, but I think that our understanding of suffering and disposability, particularly indigenous, right? Particularly those of African descent, that those realities will force us to rethink.
What she's saying essentially is that oppressed people, anyone that is oppressed under capitalism, which can be Black people, it can be indigenous people, it can be women, it's anyone essentially that is not like a private property owner, a bourgeois private property owner, which they typically believe that like all minorities essentially are not bourgeois property owners. What they're saying is that the evil bourgeois capitalists believe that anyone who is an oppressed proletarian is just easily disposable, and they're willing to dispose of them at any moment, and they don't care about their suffering. And this is part of the reason why we need to overthrow capitalism, because capitalism and capitalists and the bourgeois, they just use and abuse people and throw them away, and they don't care about human suffering. All they care about is profit, and that is why capitalism creates all the problems in the world, because it doesn't care about human beings, it only cares about profit. That's essentially what she's saying. And yeah, we can debunk this, but we're not going to debunk it because we don't debunk.
Think family on every metric, and however we name it, I see concentric circles. I see stages like captive maternal, caretaker, protest, movement maker, Maranaj is kind of a sweet point, but you have to move into war resistance because the state will come for you, the predator will come for you because autonomy is prohibited. I think then we rework the very notion of language. And I want to stop with a young sister, Maya Kearney. Yesterday, we had a conversation at the American Studies Association, and people were talking about their incarcerated loved ones or loved ones who'd been killed by police. But she talked about severed natality, and of course, Orlando Patterson, right, his work, Slavery and Social Death. But then we started thinking about what is the possibility of regrowing umbilical cords as a political project, that they sever our relations, they sever our lives, they sever our bodies and our emotional and psychological stability. But we have these generative powers to reconnect, but also, I believe, increasingly only if we acknowledge the reality of war.
Stunning and brave. Doesn't mean anything, but stunning and brave.
Thank you both so much. My dog's saying hello to those who can hear. Part of what I'm really struck by is that the insistence on languaging these things. And I think this is...
Hang on. No, they're not mentally ill. This is a conservative talking point that is not grounded in reality. They are not mentally ill. And I'm really going to demand that everyone stop calling them mentally ill on my channel. And you can think whatever you want, I suppose. But they are not mentally ill. And every time you guys say that they're mentally ill, you give them the power to win. They have a fundamentally different worldview than you do. They have a fundamentally different set of values than you do. They're not projecting anything. You're the one that said they were projecting. They're not projecting anything. They're talking about how they see the world and their beliefs. You're the one that said projecting. Maybe you're projecting your mental illness. See, two people can play this game. This is why we don't do this. Do not engage in bullshit conservative talking points in my chat. They are far smarter than the right. They're far more organized than the right. If they were mentally ill, they wouldn't be kicking the right's ass up and down the playing field all the fucking time. Can we please stop dismissing them as mentally ill? They are demonstrating a philosophy. They are demonstrating a value system. If you do not understand their value system, you will never beat them.
where you're, both Michelle sort of came in with this, and then Joy, you were saying about like, we need to acknowledge. And I think this is part of like living in the disavowal.
No. Just because you guys see bullshit clickbait on the internet and you buy into bullshit clickbait does not mean the majority of their activists are mentally ill. Guess what, guys? There are mentally ill people on the dissident right. There are mentally ill people in MAGA. There are mentally ill people in the GOP. There are mentally ill people in the Christian church. There are mentally ill people all over the right. I can go out into the world and get video of many. Did you guys ever, like, look at a QAnon mom? Trust the plan, trust the plan. Do you want me to go and record every fucking QAnon mom that I've ever had to interact with over the last 4 years and then put that out on the internet and say, this is who the conservative right is? They're all mentally ill. That's exactly what you're doing with the left. You're finding their fucking QAnon people. They're saying a lot of crazy shit. You're putting them on video and taking them out of context and then saying, this is who the left is. No, it's not. So can we please, for the love of God, stop with the bullshit conservative talking points?
Is part of what allows for state violence to be enacted in ways that are seamless, right? And I think you're both speaking to, I just took some notes about like seizing the means of power to care, right? And how we think about that might be different in terms of different entry points, but both of you are languaging these things for us. And that's why, for me, it feels so urgent, right? In a time, like you're saying, you're signaling to the many things that are happening in which the family is the target, right? No matter how we conceptualize what that family is. And here I'm gonna sort of, since you already went into the second question I have, I'm gonna move to our third question and then maybe come back. Is that in this way, in the languaging around these things, many people are pointing to the fact, right, especially as we see these genocides unfolding or the sprouting up of cop cities, the forced disappearance of Indigenous women, and things, by the way, that are baked into the fabric of settler colonialism, racial capitalism, and empire. These are not aberrant sort of symptoms.
Settler colonialism means the capitalist settlers come in and colonize indigenous land under the privatized force of capitalism. Israel are considered to be the settler colonists. That means Israel are the capitalist oppressor bourgeois. Palestine are the oppressed proletarian worker. That's how the left sees the conflict between Israel and Palestine. The Palestinians are the oppressed. Israel is the oppressor because they are the settler colonists. What did they say? Racial capitalism is the utilizing of black people or race in order to push capitalist ideas on society. Empire is the highest form of capitalism. Imperialism is the highest form of capitalism. So all of those terms are just different terms for the word capitalism. Let's see. How do people get their worldview and conclude they're they, them? What's the connection between their worldview and the request? Okay, Bob. All right. What is the connection between... Actually, let me do a pop quiz in this for the chat. Let's do a pop quiz. I want the chat to answer Bob's question. What is the connection between the communist worldview and the rejection of the gender binary? Can anyone explain it to me? Why would someone like Emmy O'Brien, who is born a woman, not a trans person, Emmy O'Brien has a kid. Again, Emmy O'Brien literally has a kid. How did Emmy O'Brien go from being a woman and a birthing person to a they, them? The gender binary privatizes gender and serves capitalism. Well, that's true, but give me a little bit more than that. Capitalism created the gender binary. Yes, it did. The family and gender are constructions of patriarchy and capitalism. True. Capitalism created gender and gender roles. True. They believe the gender binary upholds capitalism. True. Nuclear families produce capitalism. True. They believe that gender is a hierarchy like the patriarchy. They believe capitalism created the gender binary. That's why they want to get rid of the gender binary. That's true. The gender binary perpetuates the nuclear family. The nuclear family reproduces and perpetuates capitalism. Now, the problem, guys, the problem is that none of you are answering the question that I asked you. We keep running into this little problem week after week after week, where I ask you guys a question, you guys start repeating talking points that are tangentially related to that question, but you're not answering the question that I actually asked you. The question I actually asked you was, what is the connection between their worldview and the rejection of the sex binary, the gender binary? That's the question that was asked. No one has answered this question yet, and that's a problem. Capitalism created the gender binary upholds capitalism. Yup, but that's not answering the question. Not answering the correct, but not answering the question. Capitalism created the gender binary. Okay, so this is getting closer. Capitalism created the gender binary and gender roles, and these roles perpetuate capitalism, so they need to abolish gender. Yep, that's right. I'm still a little disappointed in the answers I'm seeing, if I'm honest. They believe capitalism created the gender binary to put men in the workplace, women in the home, to produce children as future workers. True. Doesn't answer the question, though. All right. Nope, not trans. Not trans, Jeff. Queer. Not trans. It's queer. Queer. Exactly. Queer. You got it. Here we go. Dragon Balls is helping us to the answer. Queering the gender binary disrupts the normative capitalist system and to prevent the reproduction of capitalism, no gender. Okay, here's the deal. To go back to Bob's question, which is a good question. How do people become a they-them? What is the connection between the they-them worldview and the gender binary? So a lot of people in the chat said parts of this. I'm going to start at the beginning. Capitalism, which is defined as private property ownership, created the gender binary. The gender binary is men and women. That's what that means. They believe that the gender binary put men in the workplace where they had access to all the power and all the money. It put women in the home to do the unpaid labor of raising the next generation of proletarian workers within the nuclear family. The gender binary created a hierarchy in which men had all the power and women had none of the power. The hierarchy is a function of capitalism because capitalism creates all hierarchies. If you want to get rid of the gender hierarchy, what do you need to do then? You need to abolish gender. Because the only way to get rid of the hierarchy that's created based on the social construct of gender is to abolish gender entirely. That means abolishing men and women. So if we're going to flatten the hierarchy to create gender equity, we need to get rid of men and women entirely. Non-binary means no binary. That's all it means. It means you are not ascribing to the social constructs that were created by capitalism of men and women, and you're doing so as a deliberate move to flatten the hierarchy. When someone identifies as non-binary, as they, them, she, they, he, they, anything with they or any sort of the crazy pronouns as well, what they're saying is that they reject the social construct of gender created by capitalism, and they are deliberately trying to queer gender in order to create gender equity. How would they square that with the multitude of innate differences between men and women? They don't believe there are innate differences between men and women. They don't believe that. They believe that men and women are social constructs that are created by capitalism. They don't believe there is a biological difference. And you can try to debunk that all you want, but we're talking about what they believe. We're not talking about reality. We are talking about what they believe. They believe that gender is performative. The goal of Drag Queen Story Hour is not to sexualize children. The goal of Drag Queen Story Hour is to teach children that gender is a performance and that changing your gender is as easy as changing your outfit. Does everyone understand? This is why we're seeing this tough stuff taught in schools. The schools are how they're going to abolish gender. if they start teaching kids from the time they're 5 years old that gender isn't real and that boys can be girls and girls can be boys and everyone can be non-binary and that these are just social constructs and that gender is on a spectrum and that you can be a boy one day and a girl the next day and it all depends on how you feel, and if you like sparkle, that means you're not a boy. Like, if they can teach this stuff to kids early, kids grow up believing that gender is fake. That's why they teach this stuff in schools. It's not to sexualize kids. I'm not suggesting sexualization of kids doesn't happen. What I am saying, it's a completely separate problem. It's not related to this. We are not playing the fucking Penguin song. That is not happening. We are not playing the Penguin song. So they're teaching kids that gender doesn't exist, and when someone identifies as they, them, or non-binary, it is an explicit rejection of the gender binary. Guys, queer is not about being trans or gay or any of those things. You do not have to be trans to be queer. You do not have to be gay to be queer. You can be a straight, cisgendered white man and still be queer, because the only thing that's required to be queer is to say that you are. That's it. To say, I'm non-binary. If you say you're non-binary and you start identifying as they, them, then you are queer and you are non-binary. That's all that's required. Queer is a far left political ideology. No, this is not no. Wrong. No. Did you not listen to a word I just said, bro? Completely wrong. Don't do this again. No, we are not playing the Penguin song. Does anyone have any real questions that is not related to the fucking Penguin song? Do they believe you can be whatever you say you are because they believe everything is socially constructed? Yeah, essentially they believe everything is socially constructed based on capitalism. What would be a synonym for queer ideology? There is no synonym. It is queer ideology. The synonym for queer ideology is queer ideology. Like, I mean, there is no... Because it's not. This has nothing to do with religion. Guys, everyone who has said to you that this has anything to do with religion or Gnosticism or anything like that has lied to you. Please stop listening to those people. Has nothing to do with that at all. That is a conservative bullshit talking point that is designed to get you to open your wallets and give them money. Can we please stop? Well, that's true enough, but that doesn't make it demonic, and it doesn't mean it has anything to do with religion. And Elon Musk doesn't know anything about this because no one has taught him. You don't prove anything to them. We never try to convince them. They're in a cult. They're not going to wake up. The goal is to educate as many people who are not in the cult as possible. The goal is not to convince them of anything because you can't. Yeah, Emmy O'Brien is a Buddhist. Emmy O'Brien is not a Satanist. Emmy O'Brien is not a fucking atheist. Emmy O'Brien is a Buddhist. I'm not going to entertain questions like this. This is a retarded question. Stop. Does anyone else have questions? I don't mind questions, guys. I mind when we start descending into the land of retardia. And I'm already seeing that we're starting to descend into the land of retardia, and I don't like it. I'm taking the time out to answer these questions. I'm answering them meticulously. I'm answering them clearly. I'm answering them thoroughly. I don't want to see bullshit and nonsense in the chat when I'm actually trying to answer questions. If you have serious questions and ask them, keep the retardia shit to yourself, and I don't want to hear anything more about the fucking Penguin song.
Of these things that just happen to come along in this late stage of capitalism, but rather a pointed target of that. So I'm wondering if the both of you can speak from your own entry point. If we're looking at the family or the sort of dismembering of family or kinship, as the target of violence by the state and its proxies. Both of your work speaks directly to this, but I'm wondering, how do you take up this challenge? So more specifically, how do we both understand that families, kinship, and kin ties are being purposefully dismembered? And also—
all right, we're gonna go back to that, and we're gonna listen to that question again. Rottweiler in with the super chat. Queer theory is an attack on normalcy, normativity. A world of they, them is the ultimate gender equity, because under capitalism, there isn't any equity. That's very true. That's very true. I appreciate the super chat, Rottweiler. Thank you. If anyone else would like to donate to the super chat fund, because I've been live for almost 2 hours and I made $17. If you guys would like to thank me for taking the time out to answer all your questions and explaining these things, even as you're acting like unhinged retards in my chat, please feel free to throw in a super chat. I really do appreciate it.
But I'm wondering, how do you take up this challenge? So more specifically, how do we both understand that families, kinship, and kin ties are being purposefully—
Okay, got another question. I want to know if all of this is a funnel to divert power to the state. No. And how do they address the competition for who actually runs the show in the end? Their goal is to overthrow the capitalist U.S. government. So no, this is not about the current state as you know it. They don't believe there will be competition for who runs the show in the end, because they believe that that's not a true form of communism. That was Stalinism. Stalinism was not true communism. So that's not what they're trying to do. They're trying to overthrow the United States government and institute a new form of government that will uphold the Marxist utopia. That is what the goal is. So queer is basically anti-norm, and in their view, the norm is anything upholding capitalism. Exactly. Exactly, random user. Well done. Okay, I need to listen to this question again.
Come along in this late stage of capitalism, but rather a pointed target of that. So I'm wondering if the both of you can speak from your own entry point. If we're looking at the family, or the sort of dismembering of family or kinship as the target of violence by the state and its proxies, both of your work speaks directly to this, but I'm wondering, how do you take up this challenge? So more specifically, how do we both understand that families, kinship—
Gonna have to go back again. Is this also an attack on the nuclear family that fuels capitalism? Well, yes, abolish the family is specifically an attack on the nuclear family. And they're specifically attacking the nuclear family because the nuclear family reproduces capitalism. Yes. I think it's better to say they know what a hierarchy is, but they want to destroy it, and they experiment it and are experiment. No. They know how to destroy it. How you destroy a hierarchy is by abolishing capitalism, Bob. That's what they believe. How you destroy the capitalism creates all hierarchies. You cannot destroy the hierarchy until capitalism is abolished. That's why every single thing they do is about abolishing capitalism. Because all hierarchies will be abolished when capitalism is abolished. Racism will be abolished when you have equity. Gender inequality will be abolished when you have equity. Queer and trans will have equal rights when you have equity. Disabled people will not be oppressed anymore when you have equity. It's all about abolishing capitalism. That's all it is. Thank you, Mr. Hat. I do appreciate it. All right, guys, please stop with the questions for just like 3 minutes so I can listen to what they're actually saying, because I've tried to watch this part 3 times, and I do love when people ask questions, but I need to listen to what they're saying, okay? Yes, capitalism is a cultural model and an economic theory. It's both. But for abolish the family, it's really more about the cultural model than it is the economic theory. Sam, we don't debunk here. We're listening to learn what they mean. We are not debunking them.
The sort of dismembering of family or kinship as the target of violence by the state and its proxies. Both of your work speaks directly to this, but I'm wondering, how do you take up this challenge? So more specifically, how do we both understand that families, kinship, and kin ties are being purposefully dismembered, and also work towards what you both think of as different modalities, or and modalities that I don't mean like alternative, like a hyphen from the reference point, but what both of your work for me does is sort of map for us the things that are have always been there, right? And that perhaps in a normative space are not attuned to,
normative,
but certainly have always happened alongside. So I'm just wondering how you hold both those things and speak to the people that might say,
Sam, I have just asked you once not to debunk. Okay, goodbye. Go. Good. We don't debunk here.
How do you talk about family abolition in a time when, like, in genocide, in all these sorts of things, that this is the target of the state?
Would you like to speak to this first, Dr.
Okay. Thanks. And you can call me Joy. I know I'm old, but just like, you could just call me my first name. I really like that question because I'm very interested in mutations now. I don't believe that we can preserve the family as it was conceptualized and sold to us, right? Like from Donna Reed to whatever they were doing, or Thomas Jefferson, like, you know, sexual predator of a young girl who is the half sister of his dead wife, you know, like family.
Wait. If I'm to believe the conservative right, all these people are pedophiles. According to the conservative right, all these people are pedophiles. And they just want to sexualize children. What did we just hear this woman say? Thomas Jefferson was a pervert who dated a young girl that was like half his age. She's obviously not okay with that. I point this out because none of the people on this panel want to sexualize children. In fact, I have specifically heard at least Emmy O'Brien speaking out against the sexualization of children. And I think that this is something important that people on the right need to hear, because the only thing you hear coming out of the right is the left wants to sexualize children. No, they don't. There are a lot of criticisms to make about the left. And of course, there are awful people on the left who do sexualize children. By the way, there are awful people on the right who sexualize children. There are awful people in the Catholic Church who sexualize children. There's people all over the political spectrum who sexualize children, and it's wrong and it's bad. And I'm not saying people shouldn't be concerned about it, but the fact is that the reason they want to abolish the family has nothing to do with sexualizing children, and you just heard that because of the disgust that this woman had with the idea that Thomas Jefferson was dating a much younger person. Does everyone understand that? It's important that we know what they actually care about. And that's not one of the things that they care about.
Family was always twisted once you come into a zone of power and domination, right? The disappearance of indigenous children, the Pope apologizes for like so many killed, right, and harmed. Foster care, a form of accumulation where you can monetize the dismemberment of predominantly or disproportionately Black children. So under the concept or the understanding, if there is a formula for mutation, maybe we could guide or shepherd that mutation, like that don't allow the state to control every aspect of your pain and your disappearance, right? I keep thinking about the epicenter, the surface of politics, and the hypocenter. And in New Bones, I contrasted, and I respect bell hooks' work, but more like left liberal, right? And Assata would be going to ground zero where the rebels are. And we started by talking about the rebels. The rebels have mutated families, right? I mean, because some of them are underground, some of them are in prison, some of them they're disappeared. They transition, you know, as we know, violently at the hands of the state and mercenaries. So in my mind, I agree to the terms of engagement. I agree to the brokenness, but I don't agree to control over how I am broken. And so I would be willing to go into mutation and become a weird formation, an oddity, then follow the rules of the state and try to knit back a quote normal family. This is the thing about Mamie Till Mobley, which some people call like GMOM, like open casket funeral for a 14-year-old mutilated child who I believe was also sexually assaulted, and defied every decorum and demanded that the mortician change nothing. He did try to put pieces together, you know, but then thousands of people come and they bring their children to look in the coffin, which someone would think that must be child abuse. But no, that is the acknowledgement of the violence that will break us but will not leave us broken if we re-knit and flip the horror away from ourselves. It could be rhetorical, it could be other forms of resistance, but we will be broken. But those are the terms of engagement and more resistance. And that brokenness, the state cannot control. It can harm, but it cannot determine the outcome of harm. Like what new beings or entities are willing to resist based on the horror.
That was beautifully put, Joy. I have a couple of different answers to this. I think, it's absolutely imperative in this moment that we politically, and this has been true forever, that we politically defend the care relations and kin relations against racist state violence, against the devastating the dynamics of border violence and mass incarceration, of the family policing system, the history of slavery and anti-Indigenous genocide, of boarding schools. Like separation of children and parents has been a really integral part of how white supremacy has functioned. And so I think it's absolutely important that any account of family abolition adequate.
Wait. Side note that has nothing to do with anything. Can I have a point of personal privilege? I just realized that a WWE wrestler that I used to watch when I was much younger and really into wrestling, because there was a time in my life when I was really into professional wrestling, and I used to watch this person all the time. I just realized that they follow me on Twitter. And I would normally be very excited about that. Be like, oh my God, I watched this person as a wrestler growing up in my childhood. But it turns out this person is a moron. And the reason that I figured out that they followed me on Twitter is because they posted something so asinine and stupid that I was like, I was struck by how stupid it was. And now I'm disappointed. Now I'm disappointed. No, John Cena does follow me on Twitter. Jerry Lawler has retweeted me before, but he does not follow me on Twitter. Jerry Lawler, I like. Anyway, no, I'm not going to say who. Okay, it was Val Venus, who apparently is a raging retard. I'm not saying he was my favorite wrestler or anything. He wasn't. I just remember him from my childhood, okay? It wasn't my childhood hero. Wasn't a hero. Wasn't even one of my top 50 wrestlers. I just remember him from my childhood. I was like, holy shit, Val Venus follows me on Twitter? And then, oh wait, Val Venus is saying something really fucking stupid. All right, back to business.
For the actually existing history that we live with, to confront that, to challenge that, and to reject that. I would give two answers, one sort of thinking historically and one thinking about the struggle. So historically, the white family, the family of property, the bourgeois family, the normative family has always...
Whoa, she just said it. Emmy O'Brien, we love you. We love you. She just said it. They, them just said it. Emmy O'Brien just said, the white family... the family of property. I think she said the bourgeois family too. Let's listen again.
I would give two answers, one sort of thinking historically and one thinking about the struggle. So historically, the white family, the family of property, the bourgeois family.
The white family, the family of property, that means the capitalist family, the bourgeois family. Those are three phrases that all mean the same thing. White is a reference to whiteness, which is a reference to private property ownership. The family of property seems pretty clear. The bourgeois family is the family that owns private property.
The normative family.
The normative family. She even threw another one in there. The white family, the family of property, the bourgeois family, the normative family. Those are four different ways of saying capitalism.
historically and one thinking about the struggle. So historically, the white family, the family of property, the bourgeois family, the normative family, has always been constructed through the systematic opposition to and exclusion of other kin relations. And those kin relations in the same structure of property and power that make a normative bourgeois white family possible depend on the systematic dispossession and destruction of kin and care relations of other people.
When she's saying kin and care relations, when she's saying kin, she means relationships that are not based on blood. She means family of choice. She's saying the white family, the bourgeois family, the family of property is in opposition to other forms of kinship. That means kinship that is not dependent on blood. That means family. Anytime you guys see family of choice, that's what that's a reference to. Now, the family of choice is not necessarily always a socialist thing. There are other reasons that we might develop families of choices in our lives. So it's not always socialist. But when these people are using it, they mean a family of choice as in opposition to the privatized bourgeois nuclear family. Does everyone understand? Let's listen one more time.
Historically, the white family, the family of property, the bourgeois family, the normative family, has always been constructed through the systematic opposition to and exclusion of other kin relations. And those kin relations in the
other kin relations. So yeah. So if we were speaking English, then kin would mean blood relation, but we're not speaking English right now, we're speaking socialist. And when she's saying other kin relations, she means relationships that are not by blood. So these are like the kinds of like switches that we have to do mentally when we're watching socialism, because it sounds like English, but it's a fundamentally different language.
Same structure of property and power that make a normative bourgeois white family possible depend on the systematic dispossession and destruction of kin and care relations of other people. And we see this in the industrial cities of 19th century capitalism in Europe, with incredible fragmentation of kin relations of proletarian people that Marx and Engels are writing about. We see this, of course, in the plantations of the New World and the dynamics of natal alienation and the tremendous violence against the care and kin relations between enslaved people. We see this in anti-Indigenous boarding schools as an instrument of genocide, that all these have always been means of amassing the fortunes and power to make normative white propertied families possible.
Normative white propertied families.
What is being identified in family abolition is not just like, oh, I love this person, I want to spend time with them. It's a social institution that includes some while excluding others, and that's what has to be destroyed. That's what has to be taken apart. But I don't. So
it's the social institution of the family that includes some, that does not include others. That's what has to be taken apart. That's what they mean when they say queering the family. It's to make the family inclusive of everyone. That's going back to communizing of care. We talked about communizing of care at the beginning. Communizing care means everyone cares for everyone else. The nuclear family is exclusive. They want to queer the nuclear family to include everyone, so all the comrades become part of your family. And that way, everyone is responsible for everyone else.
I think is a very helpful rubric in thinking in a way that really valorizes certain kinds of care and kin relations as an important source of struggle and rebellion. But I don't just say that family abolition is about destroying the right property family. I think that would be a very easy form, and certainly that's the target, right? That's the enemy. That's something to challenge, like a kind of traditional or normative or bourgeois or white supremacist, whatever we want to call it.
Just says it over and over again.
It's also that the struggle itself transforms care relations between everyone else.
See?
And this like joy.
She just said it. The struggle against the nuclear family transforms care relationships for everyone else, because when the nuclear family no longer exists, that means that everyone is responsible for caring for everyone else. Do they ever justify their economic dependence on the state? In their world, the state doesn't exist. They truly believe they want to abolish the state. Now, when they say the state, they mean the capitalist state, they mean the current US government, but they don't. In the Marxist utopia, money doesn't exist. Banks don't exist. The state as we know it doesn't exist. So it's not accurate to say they'd be economically dependent on the state in the way that they see it. They believe that everyone will have access to all of the resources in the society that they produce.
Reference the mutation, right? That our experience of struggle allow us to love and care in a different way. And to quote Laura, when you were presenting the parapraxis and speaking about The Algerian Family by Frantz Fanon, one of the incredible things that he talks about in that essay is how the Revolutionary War of National Liberation against French colonialism fundamentally transformed the power dynamics and relations between members of Algerian Muslim families. How because young people were leading in the struggle, that the sort of older patriarch would have to begin to listen to what his children actually had to say. And his commitment to national liberation required him to begin to secede, to give up some of his generational authority, how the dynamic involved many, many women in key positions of militancy.
Hey, thanks,
and that upended sort of gender dynamics within the Algerian family. And it's not that the Algerian family is a target of family abolition, right? It's a target of French colonialism. But that the family, including of colonized people, including of queer people, including of oppressed people, through struggle is transformed. And that at certain moments, the struggle demands that people step out of the private household, step out of certain forms of domestic patriarchy, and step out of heteronormativity. And if they don't do that, it becomes an instrument of the counter-revolution.
Listen, so Montag, and listen, you're using a reference to Fahrenheit 451 as your screen name, and then you're telling me you don't understand dystopia? Come on, bro. Do a little bit better. It's extremely difficult to grasp that anyone would support and desire such goals in living life, but indeed they are blatantly stating such goals. Okay, Montag, what's going on right now is you're working through cognitive dissonance. I know this because I've been there. I know this because I have watched literally thousands of people on my stream do this, and I brought it up because there's probably more than one person going through cognitive dissonance while listening to this right now. When you first start getting into this content, you have to go through a process of like, is this real? No, this can't be real. Are you sure this is real? And like you go through like the anger process, you go through the disbelief process, you go through the bargaining process, and right now it kind of seems like you're in a state of like denial where you're like, no, this isn't real, but it is real, but I'm watching them, but it is real. You go through literally the 5 stages of grief when you watch Socialism with us until you reach a point of acceptance that, yeah, this is real. It's happening in front of us. And if you're finding yourself at any point in that process of cognitive dissonance right now, I want you to know that it's okay. And I want you to know that every single person that has ever watched Socialism with me has gone through the same thing. I've gone through the same thing. You will get angry at times. This is why I yell at people on the internet. You will be in disbelief. You will be in denial. You just got to push through it and just keep watching, because the more you watch, the faster you're going to reach that stage of acceptance that, yeah, this is real and these people are winning. And it sucks. It sucks that we've had this information withheld from us. It sucks that no one told us. It sucks that the conservative punditry apparatus left us to our own devices to figure this out on our own because they didn't want to bother to do it. But this is all real and it's happening all around us right now. And these are the people that are winning, and these are the people controlling the far left, and these are the people that are controlling the public schools where your kids are. Thank you, Pertikill. I appreciate it. If you find your brain kind of like, you're like, holy shit, bro, just sit with it relax. Alcohol helps. If you partake, if you don't partake, that's fine. Ask questions. Just feel the feelings and keep pushing forward anyway.
And we see many, many examples of this, of how in my book, talking about the Oaxaca commune, there was a moment that the husbands of these indigenous women showed up to the barricades and were like, you have to come back. And
see, the husbands dragged the wives
and
home.
in addition to all the tremendous state violence that they were under, this becomes an instrument of counter-revolution. So that kind of dialectic of actually recognizing both sort of care and kin relations between oppressed people as under attack, also in struggle as under transformation.
So I'm really interested, both of you, where you see the role of children, because under the conditions of occupation, war, structural poverty,
children.
They're children, but then their agencies on a whole other level. Like even from a short time working with the mothers who'd lost African American or Black mothers who'd lost their children to police violence. I mean, some of us noted that the oldest girl in the family, but sometimes it would be a boy, would take on the caretaking as the mother became more the activist. Or when I think of Soweto, right? When the kids didn't want to speak Afrikaans, who wants to speak Afrikaans, right? But so they go into this protest and it's playful because children play and they chant, and then the bullets start flying. And in some ways, the loss of the child is what pulls the adult, the so-called adult or the parent into the fray. The go back with Mamie Till Mobley, if Rosa Parks says she was thinking of Emmett Till's lynching, and that's why she didn't give up her seat on the bus. And that's a pacifist, fine way to do it. But there are other ways that people, have expressed this severed natality. So the child has agency, and the loss of the child is, because the child's supposed to bury you, but now you're burying the child. So time is out of order. Reality is distorted. You owe nothing to the state. Right. And I'm just curious of how you see the child becoming more than the parent.
I think your examples are quite striking and point to some of the violence against children and the key role that can play in different kinds of militant struggles. Violence against children has certainly played a huge role in the image production around the genocide happening in Gaza, right? That so many children have been targeted and killed by the Israeli state. And the deaths of children have been such a central part of what it means to grieve the genocide, what it means to oppose the genocide, what it means to imagine a revolutionary opposition to the genocide. I would say in a different register, I think a lot about trans children. And one of the striking, trans children are, of course, a subject of intense political debate and controversy right now. That, the medical decisions around children being able to transition are highly restricted in, I think, 26 states right now. There's a lot of quite legitimate fears that the Trump presidency will mean a criminalization of trans children being able to transition nationwide, and certainly would make medical care and medical access much more difficult. But trans children express a form of agency that issues demands on their parents. And that's really striking to me, right? And it's like they ask for something. They ask for something in a certain kind of recognition, a certain kind of life, a certain kind of relationship to their gender. They ask for it in a lot of different ways. And it's always challenging, right? There's no family because, people's fantasies about their children are so deeply gendered that there is no family where it doesn't shake things up at least a little bit. And often it shakes things up a lot. And the agency of trans children has created an entire social movement kind of in there to tailing them, and in many ways, right? It's like created an infrastructure of social service providers and medical providers and political advocates and parents. But all these things emerge because the child themselves has made a demand, and has made a demand on the world and on the symbolic order and on some really deep ideas of how we think about gender. And like, there's something in that I think is very terrifying for the right wing, and really provokes a kind of intense, panicked, fascistic response, because upending sort of how we think about gender, how we think about parental authority, and that's happening, you know, across class, across racial.
So I want listen to what she just said. They're trying to upend how we think about gender and how we upend how we think about parental authority. Listen to that again.
Folks, a kind of intense, panicked, fascistic response, because upending sort of how we think about gender, how we think about parental authority.
What they then means when they're saying we want to upend how we think about parental authority. And we talked about this earlier. Thank you, Tolkien fan, for the super chat. I really do appreciate it. That's awesome. What she means is so we know that capitalism means private property ownership. We know that one of the definitions of private property ownership that the far left has is parental rights over your children. Parental rights are considered to be a form of private property. They want to abolish that form of private property. It's considered to be a form of private property because parental rights means you pass generational wealth from parent to child. But it also means, and this is what she means when she says upending parental authority, it also means that parents own their kids in the same way that slave owners own slaves. Socialists are a little bit like Scientologists in that they believe that children are but adults in little bodies that are autonomous people that can make all their own decisions, and they believe that parental rights inhibits children from being who they really are because the parents literally own their children. That's what they see parental rights as. Just like slave owners own slaves, parents own children as private property. That's why they want to abolish parental rights. That's what Emmy O'Brien means when she says upending parental rights. And again, Emmy O'Brien has a kid. It's not about Emmy O'Brien hating their kid. It's not about Emmy O'Brien wanting to abort their kid. It's not about any of that. It's because Emmy O'Brien is a deeply committed queer anarcho-communist who believes in the abolition of all private property. No, Emmy O'Brien would willfully give up parental rights over their kid because they believe it's a form of private property. And you're still shilling conservative bullshit talking points, and if you don't stop at some point, we're not going to invite you back. This is not a joke. That is not a real question. That is a conservative owning the libs question that you're doing to feel superior to them instead of actually understanding them. It is not that Emmy O'Brien does not love their kid. It is not that Emmy O'Brien wants anything bad to happen to their kid. They don't want to abort their kid. They don't want anything else. Emmy O'Brien truly believes that their kid will have a better world if capitalism is abolished. It means that Emmy O'Brien's kid can be trans if they want to. And Emmy O'Brien is gonna encourage whatever the kid wants. And if the kid comes home and says, I'm deer gender today, then Emmy O'Brien is going to give the kid a pair of antlers. This is exactly what I have told you not to do over and over and over and over and over again. Stop it.
And that's happening, you know, across class, across racial groups, across social demographics, I think indicates something about the nature of desire as being uncontainable and unmanageable.
Yeah, I agree, but I don't want to carve out a category of Blackness that is unique, but I think simultaneously, I mean, there's some of parents you're reading to the child when they're very young, and here's 2 mommy family, there's a 2 daddy. Like, you're already, if you're a progressive or liberal, whatever you want to say, you're already socializing. This is what Stonewall is. Like, let's read the stories, let's watch the video, rainbow colors and so on, so forth. I still think that to be a Black child under any conditions, right, of being pansexual or being trans or being queer or being non-binary, that there's a weight that comes with the Blackness.
Of course.
And that there's a way, and even as people seek their autonomy, they have to navigate.
All right. I need $250 in super chats to play that fucking Penguin song. That is the cost of the Penguin song. And that's the last I want to hear of it. If I don't hit $250 in super chats, you're not getting the Penguin song. So now we're going to see how much you guys actually want the fucking Penguin song.
These other registers, and like I said before, I'm not really into intersectionality, like parsing out like gender. I mean, I know it exists, right? But I think there's a convergence. This is might be why I like the captive maternal, or not that I like it personally, right? But I went there as an analytic. That once all gender identity is queered, but not always assaulted by the state, right?
Of course. Yeah.
But once there is no gender because there is function, that's what the captive maternal is about. I don't do identity, though I recognize it, right? But it's what you do as you manifest in your life and your own desire to love yourself. And this is why they're different kind of families. The biological family doesn't work for everybody. So that children should, and they group collectively and they raise themselves, right? Or they move on with their grandparents, or they get taken in by other people who are not even, the same race or whatever, and allowed to manifest their own love for themselves and their love for the world. But that only works if you have a function. And this is what I'm driving down on.
Hang on, I got a question over on Rumble. Let me just pull it over here so I can actually read it. This is from I Don't Want to Name. To cognitive dissidents, you already told me these people run education. Yup, and that is where their power is. Well, it's not only where their power is, but it's where their main source of their power is. The most important source of their power is education. But I think it would be easier to tell people exactly how influential they are. These people control every K-12 public school in the country. These people control a lot of charter schools in the country. These people control private schools in the country. If you are sending your children to any school that is not homeschooling, they are interacting with these people. That is the concrete way of knowing how powerful they are. If you have children and those children are in public school, they are 100% interacting with these people. If you have children that go to college, they are absolutely interacting with these people. If you have children that are consuming mainstream media, they are consuming the ideas of these people. If you have children that are, volunteering with nonprofit organizations, they are interacting with these people. These people own every major institution in our society. Getting rid of DEI is not going to lessen the power these people have, because DEI is not how they're delivering their ideas. DEI is a very low-level delivery mechanism of Marxism that's mostly for adults. It's not targeted really at kids all that much. So let me know if that's unclear. How much more influential do you want them to be? They own every K-12 school in the country, including in red states.
The function is the political engagement against the oppressor. If your biological family rejects you, that's incredibly painful. But I've seen youth who've been able to create families out of like a same age cohort, right? And with younger people and taking care of them. So the function, because I see war everywhere. And I get, there's especially this new administration, they're going to burn everything down. Got it.
I wish, but they're not going to. It's been a while, so here's some money. Thank you, Nathaniel. You helped keep me sane during COVID with your videos on the subject. It was the world's greatest social experiment. I agree. Thank you so much for the super chat. I appreciate it.
So how do you survive that? And I never thought the biological family or the formal family or the legal family was a vehicle for anything. It would be autonomy. That's why in captive maternal, autonomy is so important. To create the maroon is to create the new family that accepts and loves and nourish you. But there are families that can be open to all kinds of gender expression and still be fascistic, still be oppressive.
Hang on, follow-up question over on Rumble. Are there names and organizations I can point people to that shows all this? Hey, you're watching my channel right now. I believe it because I see it happening, just wondering. I am the only person covering this consistently that I know of. So send people here. Send them to my videos. Send them to my Substack. Send them to my Twitter feed. I am the guys, I am the fucking organization covering this. There is no one else that I know of that's covering this like I am. There is no one else that I know of that's teaching people this like I am. There is no one else that I know of that is doing this consistently. If you guys want to give me more money and donate more money, I will try to create some sort of organization. But right now, I'm just kind of like doing my own thing. If we can get more people watching my work, more people supporting my work, we can do more stuff. But I mean, spoiler alert, guys. I know it seems like I have like a lot of subscribers and stuff, but you don't become a millionaire like talking about socialism on the internet. It's just not something most people are interested in. So, and I don't take big donations from political interests because I refuse to shill their narrative. So send them here. There's no other place doing what I'm doing. There's literally not. And if you think I'm wrong, tell me who else is doing it because I don't know of anyone who's doing it.
Still be so. There's nothing about.
Sorry, I was unclear. Socialist names and organizations that run things. Bro, come to my streams and we are literally showing you them right now. Refer to my Substack where I cover organizations that run things. Refer to my videos where I talk to you about I don't know what else to tell you. I've already given you the answer. This is literally what I cover all the time. If you want the names of the activists, look at on the screen right now. I know the video's loading for some reason. I don't really know why. Go to my Substack. Look at the names of the organizations. We're working on an Unwoke Wiki project where we're trying to catalog all this shit. But I promise you, you are not going to be able to find, you are not going to be able to track all of the organizations, bro. Like, you're not going to be able to do it. The reason is there's too fucking many. Okay, I don't know why this is now loading like this.
No, autonomy is so important. To create the maroon is to create the new family that accepts and loves and nourish you. But there are families that can be open to all kinds of gender expression and still be fascistic, still be oppressive, still be so. There's nothing.
This is it is literally impossible to track all of the organizations doing this. I know because I'm trying to do it and it's fucking impossible. It is impossible to track all of the organizations doing this. This is why we focus on the language, because the language is clear, the language is consistent, the language is true across different groups. If you understand the language, you understand the language. But you cannot track all the organizations doing it. It is just not possible. That's how influential they are. It is not possible for one person or one organization or one group of people to track all of the organizations doing it. Every time we try, we go down rabbit hole after rabbit hole. We find one organization that leads to 50 other organizations, that leads to 250 other activists. This is why the Unwoke Wiki project stalled out, by the way. And I do want to go back to the Unwoke Wiki project. I haven't given up on that project. It's a great fucking project. We're trying to catalog all of this shit in one master wiki. But like, you guys gotta understand, and Reagan and Bach can attest to this, and Judy can too. It's like, once you put one organization in the wiki, you are in a rabbit hole for 7 straight fucking days based off of just one organization and all of the different tangents that goes you. And it's just like, it is incredibly overwhelming. It is one activist. Jesse Hagopian is one activist. That led to hundreds of different places. We're talking about trying to deconstruct a fucking Hydra here. And honestly, I mean, it would be fucking amazing if we could get some funding from some non-political entity just to dedicate time and resources to people like deconstructing this fucking Hydra. I would do that in a second. I just don't know where to go for funding because all of that costs money. And we're talking about like, I thought the Unwoke Wiki was going to be some fun little side project that we did on the side. No, we find one activist, and that one activist, and he's a really high connected activist, hundreds of different offshoots of that. And each of those people, it's just like, it is fucking massive. And that's why they're winning. I don't mean to get upset about this, but it really is. It's very, very frustrating. It's very frustrating. You're not listening to what I'm saying. We don't need a place to start. We've already started. We started a long ass time ago. We don't need a place to start.
About family that is safe no matter however it expresses its identity based on race, class, gender, or even ideology. I think it's deeper than that. I think it would have to be a spiritual risk of accepting mutations. I guess this is why I keep talking about mutations. I don't think anything's stable, so I don't think anything can be forced upon people, but people cannot do gratuitous violence. Verbal, emotional, psychological, physical, sexual, that is all banned. War resistance is accepted. Predatory acts, which happens with all groups, that is to be rejected.
I want to share a little bit about something of my personal experience that I think speaks to a couple of these questions. So I came out as trans in 2000, so a little while ago. I had just gotten out of college, and I was in a queer punk scene on the West Coast. I'd gone to college in the Midwest, but I was in a queer punk scene, and I knew a lot of trans people, but none of them were trans women. They were all trans masculine, non-binary, trans men. And I knew like 3 or 4 trans women close to my age, and I went to a local queer center and met like a handful of trans people who were seniors who were in their 60s and 70s at that time, and felt pretty isolated, but sort of found my way and was in a kind of anarchist scene and saw my politics. And
I have heard Emmy O'Brien talking about having a kid on multiple occasions. Emmy O'Brien has huge fucking boobs. I know because I've seen them in person. I'm very confused right now. I thought that Emmy O'Brien was a woman that did testosterone. I don't know. I don't fucking know. I don't know. It doesn't really matter, I guess.
In terms of the kind of radical queer practice, and thought about my gender partially through those terms. And Riot Girl was very inspirational for me in sort of finding a form of femininity that I identified with. And then I moved to Philadelphia and went to a queer youth center, and immediately met 50 young Black trans women within a week, right? And like on the East Coast, there were in the 2000s, these huge underground ballrooms.
Joseph, you don't understand how big Emmy O'Brien's boobs are, though. Like, legit.
From communities that had created the infrastructure, the kind of surrogate families and mutual aid and practice that enabled large numbers of working class Black and Latino trans women to come out and transition. Some of them maintained strong contact with their families of origin, some didn't, it varied a lot. Some took really good care of each other, others got in like brutal rivalrous competitions with each other, which was a big part of the ballroom scene. And there were many trans women who were like, that I met in Philadelphia were like, oh, nothing to do with ballroom ever again. Like that scene was really mean. But they're transitioning, they're coming out, their lives were so tied up with the existence of this whole underground world. The like white trans women had no parallels at all. And to call them trans was right on the cusp. You know, historically, there are a lot of different ways of relating the genders in ballroom communities.
Not that.
And many of these women identified as femme queens, but in the early...
All right, I need everyone to stop and focus on what is being said. I'm waiting until people stop.
Early 2000s was right on a cusp where more and more people in the ballroom scene were getting plugged into a nonprofit AIDS infrastructure, where they started using terminology that was intelligible to white people, including trans women. So, you know, there's a complex dialectic there, but like there's no question, you know, but the ballroom scene has roots in like 1920s Harlem and the long legacy of Black queer struggle and survival in New York City. And I would argue a kind of rebellion and resistance to the enforced heterosexuality that was part of Jim Crow land tendency in the South. And so, you know, this sort of thinking about, you know, figuring out terms is difficult, but thinking about the trans child, thinking about the desire of the trans child, like that has had a long, deep historical links to Black survival and Black rebellion. And in many ways, the Black struggle has been a key vanguard to make trans liberation conceivable and possible. And
yeah, that's part of our history. I mean, from Stonewall, I mean, Afeni Shakur, I believe that was it Afeni, Tupac's mom? She was in the Women's House of Detention once the rebellion started. And, you know, and they were grouped as women in the Women's House of Detention. They started.
I still have a hard time believing that Emmy O'Brien was born a man because Emmy O'Brien does not dress like a woman. I think that Emmy O'Brien was born a woman, at some point decided they were trans, but not really trans because they're not a man, they're they, them, they're a non-binary. I have heard Emmy O'Brien talk about having a child on multiple occasions. I have seen Emmy O'Brien's tits in person at an event. And I'm sorry, like, I just don't see trans people's boobs getting that fucking big. I just don't. Emmy O'Brien dresses like a trans man. They dress masculinely. They act masculinely. Their voice sounds like a woman that has done testosterone. Queer people, queer non-binary people tend to do testosterone as like a party drug, especially when they're in the social scenes that Emmy O'Brien is in. They literally do fucking testosterone as a party drug. We have them on video talking about it. So that's my final answer.
Setting their mattresses on fire in solidarity. And she wrote to Huey Newton, who's complicated. I don't see this, I guess maybe even though I'm saying the Captain Maternal has this fluidity, I've rooted it in Black culture. Yeah. And so to the extent that we understand our Black culture, whether it's in text or we have generations of families, which are all diverse in different ways, I'm going to maintain there is a particularity about Black struggle. So like from Vincent Wooders, The Delectable Negro, I think that's the title of it. James Baldwin, I mean, we have this is all the strength. It's always been in our movements, right? At what point, this is what I'm curious about. At what point is function as important as identity? And the awareness that identity and how we converge or we diverge from each other, that the ability to mobilize against war. I mean, the understanding is they're not just gonna come for this segment of people, they're coming for everybody. So what would be the what would be the connection? What would supersede the differences? Not to say that there shouldn't be protections, there should be protections, but the protections are really understood as multi-targeted, if that makes sense. So like the people, the women who are, dying because they can't get abortions, right? I mean, I think disproportionately it's going to be Indigenous and Black people with no money who go first, and meaning into the grave or into a carceral setting. And the rebels would be following them soon after. So these are the protected, there are people who are very wealthy and who have these identities of femininity or identities of masculinity or identities as married or whatever. I think the wealth will give them some level of protection. I think linking yourself to an influential nonprofit will give you protection. I think to the extent you can hold on a job in academia, particularly the elite sector, that these identities will have a modicum of protections, right? But the poverty and those who are impoverished and who are willing to fight, those are a link, but they're different. I guess maybe the way I'm figuring this out in real time, and maybe this is what my scholarships have been about, it's been about the fighters. And so whatever their particular identities are, they're all important, but it was whether or not they would engage in the fight. And most of us, including, moi, most of us are frightened to go to war against a warring state. So we need our integrity, we need our safety, we need to enjoy our lives. But under these conditions of constant war and imperialism, those possibilities are fading. So I'm interested in the mobilization across so-called differences.
Beautifully put.
One of the things that I was thinking about as you both were speaking is about Nadira Sharhub-Kavrukyan's work about unchilding in the context of Palestine and the ways in which she reads that children specifically become capital in the hands of the state, right? And part of that, and this is where the logic, I think, that there are particularities that are different, but certainly logics, whether it's Black children, Indigenous children, trans children, that the commonality that I'm seeing, the thread, is the fear of a future that includes this possibility of that adult, right? And so the targeting of the children as capital is also...
They're saying the Israeli settler colonists are specifically targeting the Palestinian oppressed children to unchild them because the Israeli settler colonists are afraid of the Palestinian children growing up to become adults. Does everyone understand? Israel are the settler colonists that stole the land from the Palestinians and privatized it under the oppressive force of capitalism. The Palestinians are in a glorious uprising against the settler colonist oppressors. In response to the glorious uprising of the Palestinians, the Israelis are targeting children in the acts of genocide to unchild them so they never grow into Palestinian adults. Does everyone understand? We can listen again.
There are particularities that are different, but certainly logics, whether it's Black children, Indigenous children, trans children, that the commonality that I'm seeing, the thread, is the fear of a future that includes this possibility of that.
And what she's saying is, this is not just, we're going to go back a little bit further. What she's saying is this is not just about the Palestinian children, is that the capitalist world, the oppressive capitalist world, targets Black children, targets trans children, targets all the different forms of children that are of the oppressed class to unchild them so they don't grow into adults that are like rebelling against the system. They turn the children into capital in that way that can be discarded. I'm pretty sure that's what they're saying.
Those possibilities are fading. So I'm interested in the mobilization across so-called differences.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Beautifully put.
One of the things that I was thinking about as you both were speaking is about Nadira Shalhoub-Kavrukyan's work about unchilding in the context of Palestine and the ways in which she reads that children specifically become capital in the hands of the state, right? And part of that, and this is where the logic, I think, that there are particularities that are different, but certainly
children become capital means children become property because capital is private property.
Logics, whether it's Black children, Indigenous children, trans children, that the commonality that I'm seeing, the thread, is the fear of a future that includes this possibility of that adult, right? And so the targeting of the children as capital is also a divestment from the possibility of them becoming fighters, like you're saying. And we're seeing this in the language, right? Where every Palestinian child in Gaza is a potential terrorist, is a potential fighter, but they're also saying, is there a potential militant? And it's a militant that is specifically.
Yeah, they're saying that the children in Palestine are a commodity to be disposed of, because if they don't dispose of or unchild the children, then the children are going to grow up to become revolutionaries. Because remember, they see the Palestinians as revolutionaries against the capitalist settler colonists that is Israel.
Made and sort of comes into being in antagonism with the state, an antagonism with the state that's intent from its inception on the erasure of that child, right? There's almost a confessional aspect of this about who gets targeted by the state and in what order, like you're sort of, laying it out. There feels to be a confession back to what you were saying, Michelle, about like the construction of the white cis hetero family, right? Is that the whole point of that is an identification with the state and the idea that the violence is needed, right, to sustain settler and white supremacist futures. And so how does, this is where desire and identification, I think.
We need to unchild the oppressed children in order to sustain our own future.
Come in with and that becomes a necessity of dispossession and displacement of everybody else. And so in many ways, perhaps like, how do we ready ourselves for this is a process of divestment from those fantasies, but also a divestment from the identification with what the state has laid out in terms of what creates safety, like you're saying, George, like how do you not get targeted, or how do you not get pulled into the war? But if we're talking about the ways in which identification with those systems are needed to perpetuate the targeting of a particular type of body or people, then that, I think, becomes part of the question, right? Of are we ready to go to war? That there's a psychic element to that I'm thinking about as well. I wanted to ask one more question to you all before we turn it. I know Malava just put in there, like, let's ask questions. This might be a good segue into militancy, the question of militancy.
Oh, yes.
I've been almost obsessional about thinking about what it means to maintain psychic militancy, militant clarity, and an ability to tap into militant refusal. So I'm wondering, for the both of you, how you're thinking about militancy. I think sometimes militancy means taking up arms, and that might be an inevitability when we're talking about war, right? And we see that people have done that. And also, I think there are versions of militancy that might not always include that. So just wondering where you both are at in thinking from your work or through your work around ideas of militancy, especially in this moment.
Michelle, you want to go first?
I just want to say this. And Nathaniel, I'm kind of responding to you in the chat when you say bring it. I just want to say this. When these people do eventually enact their violent overthrow of the federal government, I'm not fighting them. Do you want to know why? Because when they get to that point, we've already lost. The time to fight them now is now. The time to fight them is now through an education campaign to try to teach as many people as possible about what they're doing. When they finally reach the point of violently overthrowing the government, it's already checkmate, guys. We're already fucked. And so am I going to go out in a blaze of glory fighting these people when they're going to violently overthrow the government? No. Nope. You want to know why? Because they won. Because they did what was required. They did the work. They organized. They did everything they needed to. They outplayed us on every single level. And I'm fighting back right now. This is my way of trying to fight back, is to educate as many people as possible. I can't do that, though, because people don't want to listen, and they only want to be told what they want to hear, and they don't want to actually sit here and watch this stuff, and they don't want to learn it, and it's too hard, and I'm too mean, and I have stupid hair, and da 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 da. So if you want to fight back against them, the time to fight back is actually now, doing this, teaching as many people as possible, showing up, doing what's required, doing the boring stuff, doing the educational stuff that no one wants to seem to do. Because when they eventually get violent, we are completely fucked and there's nothing we can do to stop it. Because we will have already lost. And I'm not going out in some sort of blaze of glory, like I'm going to go in 1776, but I'm not doing that. When they win, and they're going to show up, and they're going to take me off to the gulag because I'm not going to be convenient to them. And I'll say, you know what? I fought the good fight. I did what I could do, and it wasn't enough because the society around me sucked, and no one cared, and everyone claimed to care, but no one actually cared. But I did what I can do, and now I'm just going to go and suffer for a little while and probably end up trying to kill myself in the gulag or something like that, just because, like, I'm not living like that. But that's going to be the way it is. That's kind of how I feel about it.
No, I don't either. Okay, so there was a panel the other day at the American Studies Association, and you could look it up. It was about resistance, but it was also about war. I call it war resistance. And it was about revenge. Revenge was in the title. And so there were, all the important people who've done so much work. Ori was there, Dylan was there, Stephanie Lumsden, I messed up her name. She's in, give a plug. This is a collective book. She's in it. Number of Indigenous people, Afro-Indigenous Black are in it. So I'm listening to the talk, and it's trying to grapple with what we're talking about. We all deserve protections, right? And it's clear we're not going to get them from the state. It's a predatory formation. So then I asked about the fear factor. We say we want, and then I also talked, because when I was in seminary, worked with women who opposed DV, domestic violence, and their position, which was my position too, you had the right to engage physically, and that is not an act of aggression. It's an act of self-love. So if you're being harassed or haunted or battered, or as a trans woman, as a trans child, as a Black person, as Indigenous, we can go down the whole list, impoverished, right? Undocumented, unhoused, you have the right to preserve yourself on every register. Now, you will be punished for it because the state has already criminalized your very being. But the ability to claim yourself back from that zone of fear, you can't really have consensus in large gatherings anyway. But I was curious about how our fear to fight becomes like a quagmire. And so, yes, we should all be protected, and people are more vulnerable than others. But that's why I was looking for the unification of the fight, right? Which means you would have to discipline yourself against your biases and your bigotry if you want to make it out through this war. And I don't know how disciplined we are in this moment. And I don't know how much fear has eroded our confidence that we can collectively unite, protect, and love each other, as Mumia says, revolutionary love, in order to face what is already here and the impact, the devastating impact that is coming.
Nathaniel, they are not talking about using violence. You are making that up. I don't know why you're making it up, and you're going on and on and on and on and on about it in the chat. They're not talking about that. So I need you to stop I need you to listen.
I use the term militant a lot to describe people in struggle, to describe a kind of stance of refusal of oppression, commitment to liberation, commitment to solidarity, commitment to each other's well-being. And that requires a certain kind of antagonism, right? An antagonism against whatever it is, the state, the forces of colonialism, the forces of capital, that this, antagonism and willingness for that to be a confrontation, for that to be an escalation, for that to, so much of our social order depends on a form of naturalized day-to-day violence that's all around us. And that violence, when you refuse it, it escalates very quickly. Right. And inevitably on some level. And that the position of militancy is a position of refusing that normalized violence and being willing to confront and oppose that escalated violence. And that strikes me as just absolutely essential as a way of thinking about movements, and that any fear or hesitancy about notions of militancy very quickly become a form of acquiescence in the existing social order. There are much more complicated questions about violence, right? I think it's quite self-evident that there are political conjunctures in the world that mass revolutionary violence is necessary, is appropriate, is absolutely essential. I think, we can debate what those are, but violence played a very, very important role in the overthrow of slavery in the United States and the overthrow.
All right, Emmy O'Brien is talking about the usefulness of militancy, so I'm just going to go back and clip this shit. Hang on. I want to make sure I have this clipped like right now. Let me just make sure I have this set up correctly. I do. Come on, Clippy tool. Work. Don't do this to me, Clippy. Okay, it's working. Good.
In social order. There are much more complicated questions about violence, right? I think it's quite self-evident that there are political conjunctures in the world that mass revolutionary violence is necessary, is appropriate, is absolutely essential. I think, we can debate what those are, but violence played a very, very important role in the overthrow of slavery in the United States and the overthrow of colonialism around the world. Certainly will play a key role in if we ever find a way out of class society. And violence does terrible things to everybody involved often. I think Fanon is very interested in this way, where he's often celebrated as a figure of the valorization of revolutionary violence, that violence is a means of radical transformation of an oppressed person into a form of sort of revolutionary agency that can be quite empowering, and of course that can be true to some extent. But Fanon was also very attentive to how much engagement with revolutionary violence could be profoundly traumatic for many, many people and quite devastating. And I, while sort of unabashedly defending militancy and recognizing the necessity and appropriateness of violence in many, many settings, really hesitate around any sort of romantic idealization of it. I think, in thinking about healing, thinking about care, thinking about revolutionary love, one of that is how do we care for each other if we go through the trauma both of the violence of the state, but also the violence of what it means to really fight back with a certain amount of fierceness, and how does that affect our hearts, and then how do we love for each other in figuring out how to heal from that. All
right, I've got the clip. Hang on, let me stop it, and then I'm going to yell at someone in my chat who obviously is not listening, and the person will know who it is when I start yelling at them. Hang on, I just need to make sure this saves. Yeah, that clip was interesting because James Lindsay swears that these people idealize violence, and Emmy O'Brien is saying that Fanon, who James Lindsay cites as the architect of violent revolution and all that stuff, she's basically saying that he was also pretty attentive to violence is actually pretty bad too. So that's interesting. Hey, Mark. They haven't mentioned religion once in this entire stream, bro. They haven't mentioned religion once. So, Mark, I need you to right now explain to me explicitly why these people are against the nuclear family. Go. You know everything. You've come in here to put a comment just like that has nothing to do with anything. Now I want you to explain to all of us to make sure you've actually been listening to what's going on and aren't just making shit up based on conservative talking points. Why do these people want to abolish the family? And why are you bringing up religion when they haven't even brought up religion at all in this entire stream? We've been watching them for a while now. We'll wait for your answer, Mark. Renan! Thanks for all you do, especially these long calls. You know, it takes time to break down stuff sometimes, and we take our time on Socialism Saturday. We listen to things multiple times. A lot of people can't hang for the whole thing, but this is what's required, and I'm happy to do it. We do need $17 more to hit my super chat goal for today, guys. I do hope we'll be able to hit that goal if you appreciate the work I do. We do Socialism Saturday every Saturday at 6 p.m. Eastern Time, where we watch the real far left and we break their stuff down. The family is the tiny charts of society. Okay, so Mark knows nothing. Mark, do you want to try again? Because that has nothing to do with what's been talked about. Literally nothing, bro. Do you know anything? Do you know anything of value for us? Because you've popped into our chat, clearly not listening to what's being said, pretending you know what the fuck is going on. What the fuck does that even mean? Do you want to give it another shot, Mark, or do you want to admit you don't know what the fuck you're talking about because you don't fucking listen? We'll wait. This is the type of conservative bullshit we deal with all the time, and this is why I use the Socratic method on these assholes, because they're going to own up exactly to what they're doing. No one knows what a tiny chart is, Mark. You made that up. Has nothing to do with what we're talking about. Has nothing to do with anything these people have said. Do you want to give another try? Or do you want to admit that you don't know what the fuck you're talking about, and then you shut up and you listen to what's being said? This is why I have to yell at people. Because conservative assholes like this don't get it unless you yell at them. And then they either have a massive hissy fit and I block them, or they start relenting. Froggy! Thank you, Foggy City Dave, for putting us over the super chat goal for today. I really do appreciate it. We made the goal. 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 Mark, we're giving you one more moment, and if you don't answer, I'm going to ban you for the rest of this live stream, and if you come back and do this again, I'm going to ban you permanently. Do you have anything valuable to add besides conservative talking points? Or do you want to admit that you don't know what you're talking about? Last 10 seconds for Mark to answer. 10, 9, 8, 7, 6, 5, 4, 3, 2, 1. Okay, Mark isn't answering, so Mark is now banned for the rest of this live stream. He is banned for 24 hours. And if Mark comes back ever and does this shit again ever, he's going to be permanently banned from the channel. Because this is not the first time he's done this. Moving on.
With the man Abdul-Hadi co-wrote this novel, Everything for Everyone, that depicts a kind of revolutionary future. And one of the things that shows up a lot in the book is many, many different ways of trying to heal from trauma. And that's about the trauma of the crisis of racial capitalism, but that's also about the trauma of having gone through a revolutionary armed struggle to overthrow it for many people, and that the healing becomes a really, really important task of the revolution.
I'm opening another beer that's way more alcoholic than the first beer.
I know we're running out of time and we need to, but I just thank you all. Left. This is like really making me think. So I want to pose a question here, and I'm fine. Like if I'm wrong, I don't like it's that's nice because it's like okay, go back to the workshop. I don't use the language of the Afro-pessimism analytic, or it's a school of thought, but I respect it and the people who helped create it. But I'm wondering if there's a certain point where we, even though we appear with these identities, which spark sometimes attraction and sometimes revulsion, whatever, depending on whoever, what corner of the street, But I'm wondering if the warrior becomes the mutation that I'm looking for. And maybe that is why I'm still a feminist. I don't care what anybody else says. Still like feminist, can't kick me out. But I do think that the movement towards the captive maternal has been movement towards the warrior and the acceptance of the violence and the death, which mostly I would retreat from and try to like how it's reckoned. I just feel that certain of us as people, different sectors, that the life itself from, you know, from your grandparents who were child laborers to, you know, or in war zones, or then they fought in war zones for imperial, whatever, that the destabilization has gone to the core. And so that the only thing left is a mutation. And so gender is real, sexual identity is real, class is real, et cetera, et cetera. But I think in a way, I'm just shutting this because I'm looking for the warrior. And I'm not even saying that I am inherently one, or they have the—
Hang on, Jane is asking a question. Why do they use the word trauma so often? Because socialists believe that capitalism inherently inflicts trauma on everyone in society. And so, like this is part of why they emphasize care. Right? Because everyone is traumatized by the harsh realities of capitalism and all the problems that capitalism creates, because capitalism creates every problem in society. Capitalism, according to them, is antithetical to human flourishing, to human creativity, because everyone is oppressed under this oppressive system that's only designed to exploit people for profit. This is the system that creates all the trauma, and care is the antithesis to the trauma. Care is the remedy to the trauma.
The courage, but that just seems to be the only logic and the only expression of love that is honest.
Yeah. I mean, we have a question, I think, that goes to this, right? Is the follow-up of the best pedagogical Q&A or relational tools to counteract the fear factor that gets in the way of war resistance. And here I want to sort of bring this in. I'm thinking of Layla Khalid, who also said, you know, when I pick up the gun, I'm no longer a refugee.
It's not based on victimhood. That's a conservative bullshit talking point. That is a conservative perception. It's not that they're victims of the world. It's that capitalism oppresses everyone in the world, including the capitalists. Capitalism creates all the problems. If we just get rid of capitalism, there will be no more problems. It's not about their victims. They don't think they're victims of anything. They don't use that terminology. They don't act like victims. They act like people who are in charge of their destiny. They act like people who can create a forward-looking... The right acts far more like victims than the left does. The right whines and complains and said, they can do this, so why can't we do this? The right constantly talks about how oppressed they are. They constantly talk about how censored they are, how no one likes them. The right... Do you know what the right does? I saw some asshole today post a video of him wearing a MAGA hat through UCLA, and he was like videoing everyone reacting to him wearing a MAGA hat through UCLA. Guess what? No one cared. The right, when they go to these college campuses and they're just doing it to piss people off, to like get everyone to be mad at them, that's the victim complex. That's why the right projects this bullshit on everyone, because the right sees themselves as victims of the world, and everyone can do everything we can, and we're censored and we're banned and we're oppressed and no one likes us and everyone hates us and everyone hates Trump voters and yada 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 yada, when in fact most people don't care. But these people aren't victims. These people talk about a forward-looking vision for what they want in the world. They talk about a society that can be better for everyone. Of course, they're wrong about that society being better for everyone, which is why we're anti-communist. We're not communists, but we understand them better than the average bear. They don't see themselves as victims. They're out there, you know, building the world that they want and working towards it every single day. They view themselves as liberators. They view themselves as like a fucking army. It is an important point, you know?
Which feels so powerful that yes, it's about armed resistance, but it's also about the precondition. And this is the Fanonian part. The precondition is the fact that you're dislocated and dispossessed from your land. And that is what the picking up the gun then transforms you back, takes you back home, because you were forced into being a refugee. And in some ways, Joy, I hear you saying an invitation, an invocation in some ways for me is like, there's a way in which we submit to the surety that we
You think the right is rational and functional? Are you fucking new? Did you just get off the fucking turnip truck? You think the right is rational and functional? Bro, grow the fuck up. The left doesn't believe that men and women are a thing. Tell us you know nothing about the left without telling us you know nothing about the left. The left believes that men and women are social constructs. If you think the right is rational and functional, you've just shown up on this scene. You have no fucking idea what you're talking about. The right is one of the most dysfunctional social systems I've ever seen in my life. It's full of unhinged retards pretending to masquerade as adults that can't get anything done even when they control everything. That's who the right is.
He may die under these violent conditions, but in many ways that is also us seizing the means of the power to live, and not go back to what you were saying before of not allowing the state to dictate the conditions of life and then also death, right? Like both these conditions, if you are going to dictate and circumscribe the way in which I live, there are ways
look at
in
this,
which
look at this, look at this, look at this, look at this. He's about to get banned. We're gonna ban him. You're a feminist. Bro. Carl. I have an IQ requirement to be in the chat on my channel. In order to be here and in order to be participating in our community, you need to have at least a 100 IQ. You've just proven to us that you don't have that, which means that you're probably borderline retarded, which means that you would never, ever, 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 ever be able to follow my content to begin with. You want to know why, Carl? I guarantee you I'm more fucking right-wing than you are. But Carl is the type of person that when a woman says something that he doesn't like because he's got a teeny, 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 tiny little cock that he's compensating for, and that he will always be compensating for because he is a little man. You can always tell the men with little cocks, by the way. You want to know how? They act like this. It is very easy to tell a man has a tiny, tiny little cock that he's always in perpetually compensating for. Because when a woman says something he doesn't like, he goes, "You're a feminist." I would take your word for it anyway, feminist. Do you know how stupid you look to us, Carl? Do you know how beneath us you are? Do you know how like far removed you are from it? Carl, you're basically a kindergartner. We're doing master's level work over here, bro. You are way out of your fucking depth. And that's why, this is like basically like Chris Burnett has like entered the chat now. But you know what? We're not going to make Carl suffer anymore. We're just going to ban him, and then we're never going to hear from him again because we don't want to waste any more time on this shit. Goodbye, Carl. Yeah, Carl, we're literally fucking fascists on this channel, bro. We're literally fucking fascists. We are so much further right than you. You have no fucking idea. Thanks, I'm Jack. I appreciate it.
We're creating lives otherwise in that. What does it mean to then also say that in taking up the fight to live, that death might be a part of that? And that is, I think, every revolutionary struggle. And perhaps the struggle is us to think about, okay, that maybe for me, I'm thinking to this question, and I'd love to hear from you all, is that it's not about excising the fear. I get called a
feminist by a fucking MAGA conservative
the
retard.
Fear is there because in many ways we're registering the material conditions that we've been living under, and the terrorizing effect of the state, which is the point, the sort of internalization of what the potentials might be, and then also to transcend that anyway, and to say, this will be what I commit to, even if these are the possibilities. I mean, we're seeing that in Gaza. We saw that in Algeria. We saw that in Vietnam. We saw it with, folks who rose up again and again against their enslavers, right? There's all these ways in which there's a surety.
Thanks, Nick. Appreciate it.
There. And that surety is where the power came from, right? So I'm wondering if you all have ideas about like fear and still do anyway, I suppose is what I'm thinking about. But I wonder if you have thoughts about that as a follow-up. Michelle.
Wait. Over on Rumble, Eagle Free Fly says, I'd wager the right are about to get things done. Okay, you wanna do some analysis on the right getting things done? What happened with Donald Trump's Attorney General nominee? The only good nomination that Trump made to his entire cabinet was Matt Gaetz as Attorney General. And then Donald Trump, well controlling the presidency, well controlling the House, and well controlling the Senate, could not get the one good person that he nominated to the cabinet confirmed. And so now, not only do we not get Matt Gaetz as Attorney General, we also lose Matt Gaetz in Congress. Because of this epic fuck up, Matt Gaetz, one of the only good people in Congress. Thomas Massie had a chance to be in the cabinet. Is he in the cabinet as the Secretary of Agriculture? No, of course not. Because why would you nominate one of the only fucking good people in Congress, who is actually a fucking farmer, by the way, to be the Secretary of Agriculture? Thomas Massie was ready to do it. Trump's campaign apparently didn't even talk to him about it. Nominated some fucking woman. Trump nominated a Surgeon General that supported masking fucking children. Trump nominated Democrats to his cabinet in the form of RFK Jr. and Tulsi Gabbard. Those are fucking Democrats. Tulsi Gabbard is a fucking neocon warmonger that's absolutely going to support war with Iran. Pete Hegseth wants us to go to war with Iran. That's the Secretary of Defense. Fox fucking News host as the Secretary of Defense, who is a rabid Zionist who will absolutely take us to war with Iran. You want to know what Trump's going to accomplish? Going to war with Iran and mass fucking legal immigration. And by the way, there are going to be no mass deportations because Trump has already shown that he will cave at the slightest little bit of pressure, exactly what he did with Matt Gaetz. Trump just nominated a fucking union socialist endorsed by Randy Weingarten of the teachers union to be the Secretary of Labor. Okay, so we not only had a socialist speak on night one of the RNC in the keynote slot, we now have a socialist fucking union organizer as the fucking Secretary of Labor, endorsed by the head of the fucking teachers union. Trump replaced Matt Gaetz with Pam Bondi, who supports fucking red flag laws. Who supports going after political dissidents who use speech that she disagrees with. You want to tell me all the things that Trump is going to get done? He's not off to a very good start. He caved at the very first sign of a fight with Matt Gaetz, and now we lose one of the best fucking politicians in all of Washington entirely because of Trump's lack of will to get anything fucking done. Don't tell me we're about to see a lot of stuff getting done. We're about to see nothing getting done. And we're about to see apology after apology after apology after apology after apology from all, like, we're about to see rationalization from everyone who swore up and down. It's going to be this time. It's going to be different this time, bro. Trump didn't know what he was doing the first time. He knows what he's doing this time. He doesn't have to get reelected now. Oh, yeah? Then why the fuck did Matt Gaetz drop out? Conservatives are so fucking stupid. They can't look at what's happening right in front of them. And there were warning signs of this happening leading up for months to the election, and everyone tried to warn them, and they call it, anyone who said that Trump wasn't the fucking same Trump of 2016 was called a liberal, was told they were a communist, was told they were supporting communism, was told they were supporting Kamala Harris. It was like these people are so fucking stupid. Yeah, you picked Scott Bassett as Treasury Secretary, who used to work for fucking Soros. You want to tell me they're going to get all sorts of shit done? Based on what fucking evidence? No one is coming to save us. We need to save ourselves.
I don't have a profound answer to this. I think broadly, in broad strokes, you're certainly right that I think there are certain kinds of macho postures that are designed to obscure fear by like artificially producing the performance of their opposite. And I think fear is quite appropriate in all sorts of situations when you're facing the state. And I think, there's nothing wrong with being afraid, right? And it's about how we use that fear and what it's alloyed to and how we put it to work, right? To what extent is our fear demobilizing us? To what extent is our fear isolating and atomizing us, fragmenting our solidarities? And when do we respond to that fear with a certain kind of commitment to each other, a commitment to resistance, a commitment to our survival? And in concrete political conjunctures, like, I've been in union organizing campaigns, and
wait. We've got a conservative retard in our chat. We've got a conservative retard. Hi, Nadia. We know you're a dumb bitch. Do you know how we know you're a dumb bitch? Nadia thinks we're all socialists, guys. Nadia has come and she waited 5 minutes to subscribe to the channel to be able to chat in, and now she's going to tell us off for being socialist because Nadia is not smart enough to understand that we're not fucking socialists. Isn't it capitalism that gives you the ability to have this channel on YouTube, pick out the mic you're using, choose the glasses you like to wear, and even your ability to accept super chats? Nadia, how long? You had to listen to us for at least 5 minutes, you fucking unhinged retard, before you sent in this chat. How the fuck did you sit here and wait to subscribe for 5 minutes to send in this chat, and you didn't come to the realization that we're anti-communist, you stupid fucking bitch? Yo, you're the one that's cute, honey. You're the one that's cute. Nadia, do you want to answer for the fact that you literally sent in a chat asserting that we're all communists and socialists when in fact I create more anti-communist content than anyone else on the internet? Do you want to say... You are saying you were against capitalism. No, Nadia. No. You're not very smart, are you, honey? No. No, sweetheart. No. That didn't happen, Nadia. Nadia, they are against capitalism. Do I need to speak very slowly? No, Nadia. I never said I need to speak. Guys, I need to speak very slowly and very quietly for our retarded cunt of a new member. Nadia, the people on the video are communists. They are the ones saying that they are against capitalism. Well, at least I'm not a dumb cunt. We are anti-communists. We are listening to communists and analyzing what they believe to beat them. So I might be a bitch when stupid fucking cunts come into my chat and don't listen to what is happening because they're just waiting for their opportunity to own the libs. Because Nadia, you are the fucking problem. People like you who don't fucking listen, who don't bother to do basic research, who will sit here on a stream for 5 minutes just waiting for your opportunity to own the libs, but not listen to anything being said, you are the reason that the communists are winning. And so, yes, I will call you a dumb fucking cunt to hopefully try to make you feel some shame in how fucking stupid you are. Because I'm running a college level class here, and you've just barged in like an unhinged, retarded fucking 5-year-old to disrupt the class so that you can own the libs. Has she left yet? Nadia, do you have anything final to say for yourself before I permanently ban you for being too fucking stupid to have access to my chat ever? You're still here, Nadia. I know I can see you. Why did you come and disrupt my college level class about socialism to own the libs? We're waiting, Nadia. We're waiting just for you because you know everything, don't you? We're waiting. Nadia, if you don't answer in 10 seconds, I'm going to permanently ban you from my chat because you're obviously not smart enough to be here. Oh, and there it is. Yeah, ugly, and your mother is a whore. This is your typical conservative retard right here. This is your typical conservative retard. This is why we have the IQ requirement on my channel. This is why anytime any of these retarded people make it private, you dump it. No, Nadia. No, retard. No. You barged into my class, Nadia. You had to wait 5 minutes to subscribe to my channel to make a fool out of yourself in front of everyone. You had the opportunity to apologize. You didn't. And now we've all assessed that you're far too stupid to be here. What's your IQ, Nadia? Are you like 65 on a good day? Is that not Nadia? You basically have the IQ of a Haitian. We don't barbecue cats on this channel, Nadia. Therefore, there's going to be nothing interesting for you that happens. It's just too low IQ, girl. Go watch some channel where they're talking about dumb libs of TikTok bullshit or like showing fucking retarded cat videos or something like that. I mean, you basically have the IQ of a Haitian, and so you probably are going to be really into barbecuing cats anyway. But you're too dumb to be here, girl. Goodbye.
About how their employer or manager might retaliate, you have to actually talk about what those retaliations look like. And, in union work, we talk about inoculation. You talk through the bad things that could happen, and you actually put together like responses to it and
She's
means
crying
of
right
resisting
now
it.
that's okay.
And there's
I don't mind that she's crying.
Escalation.
At all,
people
in any
experience a small form of confrontation, partially as a
Hi,
means
Chief
of
Trumpster. I hope you're doing well, Chief Trumpster.
Or training themselves to be able to engage in a more intense form of confrontation. And this happens less in union work, but it happens occasionally, but it happens all the time in the streets, where also things explode.
Chief Trumpster is the vice president of my heart. Chief Trumpster in my fantasy world would be vice president under Nick Fuentes. He would be far better than J.D. Vance. He would be far better than both Trump and Vance combined. We are so fucked.
Possibly escalate. And something of the fear falls away. I mean, I'll never forget the moment I saw riot cops running from me in fear, not me personally, but the crowd that I was a part of. And how really extraordinary that is an experience to encounter something
no
of the power
Nick.
of mass action.
We respect the king.
During certain kinds of spontaneous conditions. And the experience of these sort of moments of really escalated rebellion can do a lot to carry people through years of organizing afterwards.
Yeah, thanks for that. And I also know that people have asked about the best pedagogical and relational tools to counteract the fear
everyone
factor
listen.
that gets in the way of war resistance. And I just want to read like a couple sentences from Mumia on the afterword of In Pursuit of Revolutionary Love. In it, he writes, I thought the most impressive exemplar of the captive maternal was the freedom fighter we remember as Harriet Tubman, whom captives in the slave South knew as, quote, General Moses, end quote. Tubman, born Araminta Ross, to this writer's recollection, had no children of her flesh, but her loving and caring and freedom works freed not only her mother, father, and most of her siblings, but literally also hundreds of other captives of the slave South through her numerous treks there. Perhaps most spectacular during the Combahee River Raid in South Carolina during the heat of the U.S. Civil War, when several hundred Black captives, men, women, and children, escaped from the clutches of their Southern prison state. How many thousands, perhaps tens of thousands, are still living in U.S. cities today because of the love and care of General Moses, end quote. So for me, you know, pedagogy is important, the tools are important, and it may seem really abstract, but this is what I've learned from Mumia and other people, particularly political prisoners. Mumia has been in for 44 years, and people inside have tried to kill him, you know, in different ways, the medical neglect or harm. And when they shot him on the street, they were trying to kill him there as well. It seems to me that revolutionary love is not an abstraction. It is actually concretized, but only through a kind of existential or material practice that allows you to know it's more than a figment of imagination and more than a posture of being like a revolutionary, in quotes. So one of the things when I'm talking to my communities, the issue of spirituality, whatever our religious interests are or commitments, the issue of spirituality ties us through generations. So back to Tubman, or General Moses, right? The CIA created an image of her. It would be sacrilegious, right? Created an image of our ancestor, a freedom fighter, and put it in the CIA quad and said she works for us. This, I mean, the enslaved.
Nick Fuentes is a homosexual and so am I. I mean, I'm literally married to a dude. So it's provable that I'm not a homosexual because I've been married to a dude for 13 years. Nick Fuentes is a virgin. So I don't think there's proof of that being true either. But I mean, you seem to be like a really retarded person that's just like sucking up life on the internet. So go fuck yourself, I guess.
Narrative is more than a narrative. The purchase, the violence, and then re-engineering the very meaning of your people. I mean, right now, you know, it's just the vile projections on Palestinians, and then remember what's going on in Haiti and Sudan and Chad and Rohingya,
you can
right?
always tell the retards, right?
It's like this engineering of our reality by the capture of the language and the meaning of our ancestors. So yes, pedagogy, yes, relational tools, yes, training, but there has to be a...
Wait, has James tweeted about me in the course of this episode? I feel like I have to check.
Memory of our past tied to the present and the future and what our ancestors left us. And they were fighters, so we will be fighters to some degree, but we would have to learn from the past to understand how to wage more successful resistance to the present moment.
Breaking news, breaking news. James is having a meltdown over the fact that Elon Musk tweeted about collective consciousness. Elon Musk tweeted about collective consciousness half an hour ago, and James Lindsay is pissed off about it. says the group chat collective consciousness of Earth. Guys, collective consciousness literally just means like the combined knowledge of everyone in the group. That's all it means. The collective awareness, like we're all in a group and we all have knowledge and we all have experience, and you put all that together, that's collective consciousness. That's what that means. James is like, collective consciousness? Explain this. What? He's like tweeting, can a collective consciousness be saved? James is going to be on an unhinged rant about this all fucking night. This is going to be great. We'll have to check back in with that later. We do still have like 30 minutes of this stream left though. We really got to finish this. We really got to focus. I've been arguing a lot with people in my chat. I've been insulting people in my chat. It's my fault we've gotten off track, but we really do need to finish this, guys. Let's everyone focus. Is everyone focused? Everyone focused. I've got to go to Siggy's show in an hour and a half. And I want to enjoy Siggy's show. And we need to finish this before Siggy's show.
Absolutely. I think about this also about like the demand to dislocate us from those pasts as a way to insist that the future doesn't come. Right. And that is, I think, part of the militant clarity that I'm thinking about. Particularly, I'm thinking here about Lebanon, for example, you know, growing up and being subject, whether it's by colonial powers or by imperial powers, to a forgetting of the revolutionaries.
Wait! James did tweet about me during the show! I didn't scroll far enough down James's timeline. He did tweet about me during the show. What is this about? On Christmas Day in 2020, I tweeted, fun fact, the Heaven's Gate cult believed they were moving into a genderless existence, and so they worked to not identify themselves as having a gender. Sound familiar? That actually sounds pretty smart on my behalf. I'm not advocating for the Heaven's Gate cult. I'm stating a fact. I think I was watching a documentary that day. I actually remember I was watching a documentary that day. Poetry Painter says, yes, Heaven's Gate was a neo-Gnostic tragedy. So are you saying that their sort of gender queerness parallels what again? Some kind of cult? They're trying to make the fact that I tweeted about the Heaven's Gate cult in 2020, 4 fucking years ago, be a Gnostic assessment of queer theory today. Is Poetry Painter actually going through all of my fucking tweets? She has a whole fucking archive that she constantly emails James with. Is there anything else that I should know about? Is there anything else? Let's just like maybe make sure we're doing this right this time so we don't have to do it again. Oh my god. They're going through all of my old tweets looking for dirt. I mean, well, have fun, I guess. Okay, I think that's it. Yeah, there's me again. There's me again. Okay. All right. Really focusing now. Really focusing. I promise. Pinky swear. Trust me, bro. James's head, my house, rent-free, forever.
Who fought in one struggle against settler colonialism and imperialism, right? And we were always, as a Lebanese, always taught that those are Palestinians that were fighting, when it was like Lebanese and Palestinians were fighting the same fight against the same oppressive structures. And we had revolutionaries too. And that was the most moving thing that radicalized me, was to be like, no, there has been a long struggle. And then studying that and saying, okay, what does that mean for the iterations right now? What does that mean for them being connected?
Hey, Bot, thank you for being a member of the channel for 13 months. When the socialists take over, are they going to repossess all the houses you have in other people's... You know what? Let's just cross that bridge. The only house that I've built is square in the middle of James Lindsay's cerebellum, and I mean, they can try to repossess it if they want, I guess, but I have guns, so
to that struggle too. I see another question here for folks. Can you speak to the tactic of disablement as a way of demobilizing war resistors by demanding intensive care work?
I think this would be a good one for you to tackle, Joy. Okay, I'll say a little bit. Healing is hard, right? Healing really takes a lot of work and a lot of time. And I because of my work as a therapist, I think a lot about sort of psychological trauma, the tremendous harm of sexual violence, for example, among others. And sexual violence, plays a very important role in counterinsurgency, right? There's a lot of examples of FBI informants, of opposition occupying troops, of confidential informants, agents of the state engaging in sexual violence as an instrument of war and as an instrument of demobilizing struggle. And it can have very powerful effects in really fostering distrust between people. I say Daniel's comment about the opposite of fear being trust, right? Really fragmenting people's care and relations with each other. And that I think creating both integrating healing practices into our movement in ways that aren't demobilizing, that sustain and nurture the struggle, thinking about the captive maternal, thinking about insurgent social reproduction, and at the same time, like directly challenging some of the forms of you called it disablement. I'll use the example of sexual violence as a counterinsurgent tactic, like creating cultures that directly call out harmful behaviors within our movements, within our struggles, and do that in ways that foster solidarity and support for each other. Like often struggles around sexual assault within movements can end up really fragmenting people, really isolating people. Like survivors can really struggle to find the support that they need. And I think creating certain kinds of movement spaces built around care can be a way, an antidote to that, and a way of identifying and expelling and identifying and rejecting people who are engaging in harm in ways that enable state violence to continue.
Yeah, thanks for that. I would just add, I see Facilia and Daniel have questions. Facilia's asking about the tactic of disablement as a way of demobilizing more resistors by demanding intensive care work. And I agree. This is what Henry Kissinger and Brzezinski wrote in Indiscriminate Deterrence, I think in the 1980s. And they say the future of warfare would target civilians. The majority of casualties are going to be women and children, non-combatants, right? And so, because what you're trying to do is terrorize culture and terrorize the mind, right, of people. And so these, again, are not, you're really targeting the most vulnerable people in order to message that you are supreme power, which means you're a deity, life over death, but you can't bring life against God. That's why I say you're not a deity. And so now we have to figure out how to resist. And then Daniel's writing about, I have been thinking that the opposite of fear is in fact trust. And I would just say, that's not been my experience. Like there's been too much stuff going on for me to be trusting a lot of different sectors, but I do trust in a resistance, like not as an abstract concept and not freedom as an abstract concept, but the material struggle and learning for people who trained me. And then there are people who train you and you learn things.
I told you not to besmirch Nick Fuentes' name in my chat. I set the fucking rules in my chat. I am the fascist dictator of my fucking chat. You do this again, you're gonna get permanently fucking banned. I don't know who the fuck you are. You've never been here before. You've never shown any interest in my content. You come in my chat and start shit-talking Nick Fuentes. I asked you to stop. You didn't. I gave you a 5-minute timeout. Now you're whining, which is also breaking another rule in my chat that I expressly said I didn't want at the beginning. If I ask you to stop fucking doing doing something, you just stop doing it. Why? Because you're in my house, asshole. I am not in yours. You can get the fuck out and go somewhere else. You break my rules again, you're permanently banned.
Or maybe you mess up. There's always going to be betrayal because it's baked in with the fear factor. And I don't know how you get over fear, but maybe you learn to struggle with fear, like as a companion. But I still am thinking about revolutionary love in a way as a transcendent, not mystical endeavor structured by discipline. That even if you're afraid, you still say what you believe to be right. You still organize. Like the sheltering is really hiding out in a shelter that will eventually collapse on us, because that shelter is mostly built by the state and by the nonprofits that work with the state. So it's not stable. And that's why I go for the maroon. There's like for Seferina and Brazil, the Quilombos, there's a wildness to love. Like with your children, like, there's some people that love their children. I don't know, whatever kind of person you're going to be, it's fine with me. Some people, they love their partners. Some people have no children, have no partners, but they love the earth. They love the trees. They love the sky. They love clean water. It's that passion that makes us unpredictable. And so that maybe it doesn't make us fearless, but we're going to do it anyway.
I'm thinking about, as you're talking, I'm thinking about defiance as a way of like dictate, it's not about not fearing fear, but acting in defiance anyway. And I'm recalling a paper that Nadir Shalhoub-Kavarkian and Razan Quran wrote about kids. And this goes back to sort of bringing back this kids in Al-Quds in Jerusalem, playing hide and seek with the settler soldiers in their alleyways. And this also takes an attunement to a different process that's happening. Some of us can look at that and say, oh my gosh, and we might read it, right? Certainly the clinical world can read that as like maybe a reaction formation against trauma or mastery or anything. Or to say that that is one way in which the act of defiance can overcome what otherwise would be demobilizing fear. And here they are insisting, I know my neighborhood and you don't. So I'm going to take you through this, place of playing hide and seek, not because I don't know that you could murder me on the spot, which we have seen settler soldiers do in Palestine and their proxies here in the United States in terms of cops with Black children, right? Mm-hmm. But to say, no, I insist that I know this space and you don't. And that part of that is part of my defiance too.
Yeah, and I just want to add, because I was still reading the chat and there's all these great questions, maybe back to the person who's asking about trust. I'm not dismantling trust or advocating for dismantling trust any more than I would dismantle housing or food or shelter or medical care. I'm trying to figure, and partly in conversation with Mumia and with others who have taught us by their sacrifices, because they went to war when they were teenagers, right? I'm trying to understand that if
this woman
trust
is out in left
is
field.
like
This
us,
woman is like
you have
bringing
good
up things
days
that
and
have
not so
nothing
good
to do with
days, you make
anything.
errors or whatever.
I even
Is
think
there
Emmy O'Brien is
something like
frustrated.
agape? And I've talked about that in several
But
books.
Emmy O'Brien can't
which
act
is
frustrated
a
because this woman is
disciplined
Black.
form of love. It's not romantic. It's not frivolous. It's not dating. It's nothing like that. It's just, I would trust in that. I would trust that my care, which would go on beyond caretaking of people who are suffering, as important as that is, and I would contribute to that, but I would be willing to inch or to run towards an engagement that is more than always mending broken bones. And that was the new bones, like the state will shatter your bones and then we mend them. And we can keep doing that, but also we can see if we can disable your machinery to some extent. And I don't know how you want to label it, but I am saying that revolutionary love or agape is how I will discipline myself to work with people. And you can call that trust if you want, but it's a relationship based on ancestors and the unborn. I'm not going to rely totally on whoever's breathing right now. That's not how it works for me. That's not why I would go into a trek, or I've seen other people go into a trek to reach, to risk their lives. They can see past, present, and future, and they can feel it. So I trust the ancestors, I trust the unborn, and I trust our capacity to resist war. And I think you're probably saying the same thing, but I'm using maybe different language, and maybe it seems abstract, but I don't have a problem with that.
There are a couple of questions sort of about thinking about care infrastructure in the chat, both in terms of a resistance, how to grapple with increasing commodified or disciplined care infrastructure, and then also how care infrastructure can be a stabilizing influence in people's lives. I'm a strong defender of care infrastructure in all its non-nefarious forms, right? We certainly everyone needs access to healthcare, needs access to decent mental health care, needs access to, the decent supports to be able to sustain our lives. And I think there's no there are occasional ideas, I'm not sure they're really left, that opposing these things will sort of escalate the contradictions and getting people to struggle more. And I think that's just not really how it works. But I will say that I don't think of my work as a psychoanalyst, as a therapist, as revolutionary. It's my job. It's my day job. I do it. And hopefully it's a benefit to people. And it, maybe once in a while it has some opens on something revolutionary for people. But like what is revolutionary is when care infrastructures become integrated within rebellions. So within the struggle itself, the same care activities that outside are part of the social reproduction of capitalist society,
Bing.
The survival of working class people, the basic kin relations that keep us alive, within the rebellion become means of sustaining the struggle against the state and capital. And, there are many, many examples of this. One very simple one is the protest kitchen, right? We all cook food for each other. We feed each other.
When she says care institutions get integrated as part of the struggle, what she's saying is, remember we talked earlier about how all the women in the Oaxaca commune left their husbands to come and live in the commune and come cook for everyone, and everyone was cooking with everyone else, and everyone was eating in the same communal place as everyone else. That's a form of care structure. That's a protest kitchen. Everyone cares for everyone else in the struggle for the revolution.
It's a form of love. It's really quite admirable. It's quite worthwhile. We do it. We also pay other people to cook for us, or we get paid to cook for other people, right? There's a huge material infrastructure.
Yeah, Emmy O'Brien's a psychoanalyst.
Around restaurants. And sometimes that cooking becomes an activity of sustaining the rebellion, of people being able to eat together in an occupation, in a guerrilla camp, in a square occupation, right? In a strike, in a building seizure, like that same activity of cooking for a group can become a means of people being able to stay in the struggle together, and people being able to...
I'm just going to start banning people every time they say something batshit stupid in my chat. I just banned someone in the chat on YouTube for saying something stupid over and over and over again. I just banned someone on Rumble for 5 minutes for saying the Matt Gaetz nomination was to snuff out Trump's enemies. Don't you understand 4D chess? That's the stupidest fucking thing I've ever heard, bro. Seriously. Trump already knew who his enemies were. It was the same enemies that existed in 2016. It's the same enemies that still persisted in the Senate, even when Trump was out of office. The enemies didn't fucking change. It was exactly the same people. You didn't need to sacrifice Matt Gaetz to sniff out the enemies of Trump. That's so fucking retarded, QAnon. I can't even stand it.
To build solidarity and care with each other in a direct confrontation, right? In a direct struggle. And that I think there are a lot of other examples of that. There's an organizing project in New York that's thinking a lot about, I shouldn't get too into it. I'm not sure which aspects of it are public, but like there's a lot of good thinking among some therapists and analysts in the world about how do psychological dynamics, group dynamics work within our political struggles, within our movements? And what do we have to contribute on that front? And that's an example, like we all have a lot of skills, we all have a lot of capacities, we all have a lot we can offer. Teaching, right? I teach sometimes in NYU. I've taught a lot. I've been taught at university on and off for 15 years
Teaches
now.
at NYU.
And once in a while, I'll get to teach in the context of a rebellion, right? Be able to do a workshop in the middle of an occupation, being able to do political education and consciousness raising, which is also about transforming me, not just other people, right? So that pedagogy.
What do I make of Cenk Uygur wanting to be part of Trump's administration? He doesn't want to be part of Trump's administration. He just wants attention. He just wants attention. He knows that he is not on the winning team. He's trying to get on the winning team. Nothing more than that.
And become integrated into the struggle itself. And I think that recognizing these moments where care activity become means of sustaining the struggle. So it's not the activity itself that is where the political content is. It's about its context, it's about the relationships that it builds and sustains, and it's about how it's positioned structurally vis-a-vis capitalist.
Thank you for that. I also want to say Daniel asked a more complicated question that I positioned it. So thank you, Daniel. And yeah, I agree with what you put in the chat. I was just trying to explain the way I was seeing things. I would say, like, as I go for the wrap, right? I feel that this gathering right here is a form of resistance, but I also go back to I was trying to differentiate between the epicenter, the surface of struggle, and the hypocenter, where I would place Bell Hooks with all of her gifts and contributions on the epicenter of progressivism, to end rape, to end, there's all these ills, imperialism, patriarchy that she wrote about was very important. But when I go down to the hypocenter, ground zero, that's where I find Asada and others. So that the material war exists, and most of us can avoid it until we can't, right? But I'm always curious about the bridge. What is the stairway? What's the escalator going up and down that we can support the rebels, the people on the front lines, right? Like, so there's a way where we have a modicum or maybe a lot of comfort, stability, whatever. But it's the people who risk everything that it appears that they're irrational. Why don't they just agree to being defeated? They won't, because they're alive. And so our life forms are dependent on the people who demand life for everyone. And so at some level, we're going to have to go down and up that ladder. And I never say that I'm a revolutionary. I just say, like, I've met them. And their love, and they have other issues going on, but the intensity of their love is radiant, and it doesn't do linear time and space. It's here, but it's somewhere else at the same time. And that is what life is. We're here, but we also project ourselves through and beyond struggle to another space and time. And I've seen the people do it, and we know the ancestors who've done it, which is the only reason we can talk together now.
Your comment, Joy, about the ancestors and the not yet born, I think is very, very important to all of this. That we have a symbolic debt in our generation. And capitalism, racial capitalism, is one way of organizing symbolic debts around money and property and wealth and power. And I think part of the struggle is not just building trust between person to person, but also building an alternative kind of symbolic debt. And it's one about our commitment to the future and about continuing the struggles of generations in the past.
Well, and I think in many ways, there's also an invitation to think about how does every place become a place of struggle and revolution, right? So maybe this is where Michelle and I, we might differ on our work as necessitating that, how that looks and what that looks like, right? In different spaces is something to take up. And also, for me, is everything becomes a weapon towards revolutionary.
What the fuck are you doing here? Why do I keep getting people in my chat like this who can't just sit the fuck down and shut the fuck up and listen? We've been streaming for over 4 hours talking about the radical revolutionary far left. And I keep getting this level of conservative retardia in my chat. This is why the right always will lose to these people. Always. We've got 7 more minutes left to go, guys. Let's just try to power through this, ignoring any retards in the chat.
Struggle, and how do we transform those spaces so that it doesn't become a space where we can, like you were saying, Joy, sort of stabilize or hide or potentially feel like this is a space that's outside of this is a space that cannot include, right, this persistent fight or this persistent revolutionary love or struggle around that, because that it's after us all.
I know we're winding down. I'm grateful to all of you, and I totally agree. It just also in my mind, I think about the uniqueness of the political prisoners, Leonard Peltier, Mumia, Kamal Siddiqui, and the political prisoners globally, right? The political prisoners detained in Israel, the political prisoners detained. I mean, we could go around the globe that we're not trying to emulate or create, how does it say, icons, but there's an intimacy, there's a link, and so their disappearance will be tied to our disappearance, which is why we can't let them be disappeared any more than we would allow ourselves or our children or our elders to be disappeared.
Mm-hmm. I think we're running into the last 3 minutes of what we had scheduled. So if there are any final thoughts that the both of you have or want to leave our audience with, I invite you to do that now.
Yeah, I think I want to repeat something around thinking about insurgent social reproduction as an analytic. That family abolition, there's a long legacy of revolutionaries of many different stripes identifying what they are targeting or challenging or trying to rethink as the family. And I think that's a legacy worth resurrecting and worth talking about and worth bringing into the present as a political process. But there's another register for family abolition for me, which is as an actually existing phenomenon that unfolds in all mass struggles. That when large numbers of working class people find themselves in direct confrontation with the state and capital, the private household and the normative nuclear family and the organization of authority and power that constitutes the family unit comes under pressure. It needs to be moved beyond. It needs to be loosened up at the very minimum for people to be able to engage and struggle. And as rebellions unfold, it radically transforms how everyone involved understands kinship and care, and radically transforms the material practices of reproducing our daily lives that are, traditionally, often, usually done within families, suddenly have to be.
This is important. I know this is the very end, so people might be falling asleep. I know this is the very end, but I want people to listen to this. What Emmy O'Brien is saying is that in order for the revolution to be successful, they need to loosen up the grips of the nuclear family on society, because when you loosen up the grips of the nuclear family, that facilitates the type of social reproduction necessary to foment the material conditions for the revolution. So it's not just that they can't reach their Marxist utopia without getting rid of the nuclear family. It's that the abolition of the nuclear family creates the material conditions by which they can effectively fight the revolution to begin with. Does everyone understand that? Let's listen again. I know it's the last part, but this is important, okay?
Into the present as a political process. But there's another register for family abolition for me, which is as an actually existing phenomenon that unfolds in all mass struggles. that when large numbers of working class people find themselves in direct confrontation with the state and capital, the private household and the normative nuclear family and the organization of authority and power that constitutes the family unit comes under pressure. It needs to be moved beyond. It needs to be
the revolution will put the nuclear family under pressure because people will want to leave the nuclear family to go and participate in the revolution. And if people are still beholden to the nuclear family, that's going to impede their ability to fight the revolution.
Loosened up at the very minimum for people to be able to engage and struggle. And as rebellions unfold, it radically transforms how everyone involved understands kinship and care, and radically transforms the material practices of reproducing our daily lives.
As the revolution unfolds, it will change the way that people think about societal relations, because the comrades will all be working together as one big giant family, regardless of their blood, regardless of blood biological kinship. They will all be working together as comrades to overthrow the oppressive system of capitalism, and that will inherently change how they view what a family means, and that will change how society socially reproduces these systems. Does that make sense? Yeah, I think there is a component of this. They think past attempts at communism have failed because the nuclear family remained normative.
That are, traditionally, often, usually done within families, suddenly have to become collective practices of the rebellion itself. And I think this is a way of thinking about family abolition and social reproduction that there is far, far too little work on. That actually Joy and my work are among a handful of people, and there are others, of course, in the past, but it's a remarkably small number who really attend to how struggles transform kin relations and care relations and transform the material practices of social reproduction. And that this is a whole sort of mode of understanding what struggles do historically and now that I think is analytically very, very helpful, because as we attend to that, there's a lot of debate about what is the relationship between, union organizing and queer rights. And I teach classes about this and I have a lot to say about this. But one of the things is that the sorts of camaraderie in the struggle itself transform how people understand love. And recognizing that these connections go very, very deep is a...
What is the coordinating factor between union organizing and queer struggle? Guys, all unions are socialist. Not everyone in a union is a socialist, because a lot of people are required to be in unions they don't want to be in. But all unions are socialist. Unions are a socialist recruiting mechanism. That's the line between unions and queer organizing. And the struggle that unions engage in against the evil capitalist, and the struggle that queer activists engage in against normativity, that struggle is the same, and that struggle fundamentally transforms social relations among the people who participate in the struggle, making them one big giant family that can depend on each other, and that everyone helps each other and everyone, helps everyone else. It's solidarity among the comrades that takes them away from the biological kinship of the nuclear family.
Whole way of rethinking how we understand intersectionality, how we understand identity, how we understand solidarity, that actually recognizing that this struggle demands a transformation in how we understand our care relations with each other.
Thank you. And I would just echo what Michelle said. I mean, I'm not trying to preserve the nuclear family. It's a very warped and dangerous zone, as a manufactured by a predatory colonial culture. But I would say in less words, like to Emma, the question, what gives you trust in our ability to resist war? I believe, even if I can't define terms, I have experienced love, and I've seen people who love and who risk, and I've seen people who risk their lives and everything for their children. And so our fear of death does not define us. Our embrace of love, and I never said we would win the war. I just said we would resist it. And that I believe to be true based on the reality, the material, the what people are doing right now. We're not going to roll over and die easily, and we're not going to be enslaved in different modalities. So organically, we will resist. The question becomes how we expand capacity while we expand and extend love.
I'll say we're going to win the war. I don't know when and I don't know how, but I believe that we will.
Every iteration. Every iteration. Thank you to you both so much for this. It's been such a pleasure to be in conversation with you and be able to think alongside you and have my juices going.
We're done. We made it. We're done. That was a marathon, if there ever was a marathon. We had so many retards in the chat tonight. Luckily, my core audience did not descend into the land of retardia. We just had interlopers that came in and tried to screw everything up. You know, it was an interesting episode. I wanted more information about what they think about Trump's election. They didn't really give us a whole lot of that. Obviously, they're not happy about it, but it's like, you know, that kind of tells me that they're kind of like okay with it and there's some acceptance to it, honestly, if they didn't talk that much about it. But maybe there's another presentation we're going to watch this week, actually. Do I have it pulled up? I don't have it pulled up on the screen. We're going to watch another presentation this week about how socialists feel about Trump's election and the path forward from here. It's not going to be on Monday. It's probably going to be on Tuesday or Wednesday, honestly. It's not narcissism. You're making that up. Don't fucking, that they're not narcissists, bro. Stop. I thought we'd hit the end of retardia, but we haven't. Stop making shit up. Stop assigning people mental illnesses they don't have. This has nothing to do with narcissism. You might be the narcissist if you're projecting that onto other people. Stop making shit up. Just can't have a nice ending without someone saying something stupid. Anyway. We will be watching a presentation at some point this week where socialists are talking about the path forward. It's like 2 hours long, though, so it can't be on Monday. We got to figure out a good day for it. Probably not on Tuesday either because I have the other show on Tuesday, but we'll figure that out. Anyway, guys, if you want to support the work I'm doing, head over to my Substack, which is Carlyn, KARLYN.substack.com. Sign up for a membership. If you would like to join us in the supporter Discord tomorrow at 8 p.m. for movie night, we are watching Planes, Trains, and Automobiles tomorrow at 8 p.m. for movie night in the supporter Discord. We do movie nights every Sunday at 8 p.m., every Monday at around 9 o'clock p.m., every Friday now around 9 o'clock p.m. after my stream, because 3 different people are now holding regular movie nights in my Discord, which is cool because there's like always a movie night in my supporter Discord. If you want to join my supporter Discord, tomorrow I will be sending out a newsletter. It will look The newsletter will look, I didn't do one last week, it'll look like this. It will look like this. It won't be this particular newsletter. It will be tomorrow's newsletter. But tomorrow I will be sending out a newsletter on the Substack that if you scroll all the way down to the bottom, you will be able to find the access to the supporter Discord. Underneath this red box, you will also be able to find a link to our supporter Zoom call that we do on Monday. You will be able to find a 10% off discount in the Unwoke Art merchandise store where you can find all my merch and you fund the work I'm doing for $8 a month, $80 a year, which I really do appreciate. Also, head over to the Unwoke Art Store, start perusing the merch. Now, I'm going to recommend no one buy anything today. No one buy anything tomorrow in the Unwoke Art Store. You guys can't see it. Hang on. There you go. No one buy anything yet in the Unwoke Art Store. Because on Monday, we're going to start Black Friday deals. We might even start them tomorrow if I really get my shit together. Maybe we'll start Black Friday deals tomorrow in the Unwoke Art Store, but we are absolutely going to start them on Monday. And so if you're ready for some deals on some amazing anti-communist merch, I've got 2 new designs in the Unwoke Art Store. I've got the brand new Oppressed Communist design that I'm really excited about. I've got the brand new Communism Kills Creativity design. We've got a lot of old anti-communist classics, including the Marxism is Evil yard sign, including the new Socialism Death Skull shirt, including the 4 goals of the woke left, including the Socialists Always Lie design, the Whiteness Means Capitalism design. We've got some limited edition Donald Trump special collections that are only going to be available for the rest of this year, and then they're going away again. There's going to be a lot of other good merch. I'm working on redesigning the Unwoke Art Store. So what happens is you go in and you click on the design you like, and that will take you to the merch that's available with that design. I will be adding more merch of some of these designs. This one has a lot of merch. You can see Real Marxism has a ton of stuff associated with it. And you're going to get some great gifts for this, all including the Golden Trump mug. That's available. That's going to be a deal for one of the days of the Black Friday sales. Anyway, that's going to be coming this week. Make sure you're paying attention, and we're going to do some awesome Black Friday deals in the Unwoke Art Store. And of course, all purchases do go to support the work I'm doing, which I really, really, really appreciate. Guys, I'm going to take my leave. Thank you all for joining me on the illustrious return of Socialism Saturday. I appreciate you all, and I will see you tomorrow for movie night, or I will see you on Monday. Take care, guys. Have a good one. We'll see you soon. Bye.
How are you feeling? How long have you been here?
3 months, May 17th.
And what brought you?
That's difficult to answer.
eventually resulted in your being here in the hospital?
That's difficult to answer.